In a blink of an eye, it was already January 2022. 2 weeks had passed since the establishment of the World Union Reserve. South of Coral Island, a building that covered an area of 20 acres completed the ribbon cutting of the project in a low-key manner. Rather than describe the place as a building, it was more fitting to describe it as a huge computer group. The east side of the entire building was directly constituted by an aluminum alloy shell. More than 30 quantum computer chips were connected in parallel on the main board of this large computer group. The employees that worked in this building were like part of this supercomputer. Bit Spirit was the name of this computer. Although the headquarters of the World Union Reserve was temporarily set in Manhattan, the core of the entire world currency system was not located there, but in Bit Spirit, on Coral Island. Although world dollar was not a virtual currency, its monetary policy was determined by this quantum computer. Every transaction of the world dollar was tracked and recorded, all records were summarized in the central processing unit, and finally, the macro and microeconomic data were analyzed by the artificial intelligence to make a macro forecast of the economic development trend, as well as formulate the most stable currency policy. Bit Spirit took the concept of big data to the extreme. After all, this quantum computer group in itself was the crystallization of the quantum computer technology of Future Group. The software program of Bit Spirit was written by Lilith, an advanced artificial intelligence. Xia Xiyu stood next to Jiang Chen while she gazed at the huge computer group from a distance. She asked hesitantly. "Does this thing work?" "Don't worry about it. This system used to provide services for the Pan-Asia financial system. It is very reliable in both safety and practicability," Lilith said in an expressionless state after she nodded. "In addition, I made some changes to the original system to adapt to the current economic situation based on Jiang Chen's request. In the apocalypse, around the middle of the 21st century, Pan-Asia completed currency unification, and this system was not designed until the beginning of the 22nd century under the collaboration of multiple Pan-Asia financial institutions. Now after Lilith made some slight adjustments and then moved the system from the apocalypse to here, it was a natural fit for the newly formed World Union Reserve. I still feel that this is too risky. The XIN new dollar is in a great spot, and the risk of implementing currency reforms will only increase the risk. Even the best-case scenario where the reform succeeds, the success of the World Union Reserve currency system will only let those who lag behind us benefit. From Xia Xiyu's perspective, her identity was the CEO of Future Group, so her first order of consideration was definitely the interests of Future Group. In fact, her statement was true. From a purely commercial point of view, it was absolutely impossible for Future Bank to agree with First B City Bank's proposal and join the world dollar currency system proposed by the World Union Reserve. However, it was meaningless to discuss the rationality of this proposal purely from a commercial point of view. After all, without Jiang Chen's instruction, and the promise of XIN Reserve's endorsement, as well as the bait of DNA telomere extension agent, the B-City Consortium would not so desperately charge in the front line, just for some seemingly tasty bread. Compared to what we got, we no longer need to care about these petty gains, Jiang Chen smiled. What's more, if we don't make this proposal now, we won't have the chance in the future. The economic situation of XIN was in a great state. As Xia Xiyu said, for other countries with poor or normal economic conditions, XIN's participation in the world dollar currency system was the equivalent of giving everyone a free ride. From the position of the CEO of Future Group, I really hope that my president can consider the interests of the group more, and don't be so selfless, Xia Xiyu said in a teasing tone. Also, at least discuss with me when something like this happens next time. In the following sentence, Xia Xiyu sounded like she was complaining. Although she did not deny Jiang Chen's approach, she was still a little bit disappointed that he did not discuss this matter with her. Sorry, Jiang Chen put his arm around her slender waist. Jiang Chen smiled and met the pair of bright eyes. Can you give me a chance to fix it? You do not look like you're sorry at all, she originally planned to say, but in the end, it was not what came out. Humph, whatever you want. After she snorted softly, Xia Xiyu turned her head and looked away. Her face, covered by a few strands of hair, was faintly pink, and it already revealed her mind at this moment. Bit's spirit would be officially delivered to the World Union Reserve at the beginning of the following month. Although by name, it would be delivered, this quantum computer group would ultimately be managed by Future Bank. After all, there was only one company in the world that possessed the relevant technology needed to maintain quantum computers. After Jiang Chen attended the completion ceremony of Bit's spirit, he took Xia Xiyu and Lilith back to the mansion on Coconut Island by helicopter. They rarely returned to the mansion on Coral Island now, since the scenery on Coconut Island was much better, and the place was livelier. At the dinner table, Sun Xiaoro explained to Jiang Chen the details of Future Group in Africa in the apocalypse. After she found her career, Jiang Chen was surprised to discover that she, who was always cynical and calculative, also has a side with a strong career focus. The two attributes seemed to conflict, but they unexpectedly fitted her. Jiang Chen also didn't know why he felt this way. Our business in Africa is quite successful. The people there don't understand what farming is. What they see as farming is to grab a handful of seeds and sprinkle them on the ground, then harvest as much as they can in a few months. When we started off, we didn't have enough people. We tried to hire some locals, but they were so lazy that they only came to work when they were paid. Later, I simply asked the person in charge there to fire them all. I would rather not have enough people than those lazy people. You may offend the locals. Jiang Chen chuckled. No, we'll take care of the relationship with the war chief. Sun Xiaoro shook her head with a smile, and then looked at Xia Xiyu. Speaking of which, this is the business trick Sister Xiyu taught me. It's just a side trick, you don't have to be so diligent, Xia Xiyu set a hand on her forehead. Just taking care of the war chief is not going to work. You see that there are hundreds of tribes, large and small, in Mombasa alone. Have you noticed Chief Zaria that contacted us? He is one of the tribes under the war chief. The situation in that area is different than here. The binding force of the war chief on the regular chief is also different from our traditional understanding of the emperor to the minister. Even if you manage the relationship with the war chief, those little tribes will seek trouble. Jiang Chen pointed out the relationship nonchalantly. You have never been there, but how do you know the situation better than me? Sun Xiaoro asked curiously. Because we also have Africa here. Ask Xiyu for the specific situation, maybe she knows better than me. Jiang Chen smiled. The sentence, people are a reflection of their environment, seemed fitting. Future Group's business in Africa had been progressing slowly, was likely related as well. Of course, it could also be the large generation gap in technology that caused difficulty in adoption. However, Future Military was an exception. Regardless of whether the global situation was tense or mild, the arms were always sold out. The African warlords even developed ingenious tricks with the scythe drones, which made the veteran celestial trade soldiers stunned by their creativity in killing people. While the group chatted, Xiaoro received a call from the apocalypse. Since the girls moved here, Lin Lin's sisters became the messenger and communicated important news from the apocalypse when Sun Jiao and the others were away. After Xiaoro hung up, her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Chen weirdly. Is there anything on my face? Jiang Chen, who was eating, stopped what he was doing. Xiaoro shook her head, but nodded again, and said in a half-joking tone. If it weren't for the fact that you're sitting in front of me, I would have thought you went there in person. Even Jiang Chen himself did not expect that his nonchalant statement would jinx it. After he finished lunch in a hurry, Xiaoro took about 5 minutes to put on warm clothes, then they went back to the apocalypse through the door. As for what happened, let's turn the time back to 1 day ago. The apocalypse, Africa, near Lake Victoria. On the highway across the prairie, trucks sped forward as they blew up the dust behind them. Soldiers with live ammunition sat on the truck, and tons of materials were transported from the port to the NAC African Development Zone. This scene almost became the most unique scenery on the prairie in this area. Not long ago, Future Development harvested the first batch of crops they planted since they arrived in Africa. The harvest of nearly 400,000 tons of rice, and tens of thousands of tons of sugar cane, cocoa, cotton, and other cash crops made Feng Yuan, Future Development Africa's manager, so excited that he kneeled down to kiss the soil under his feet. It was normal behavior for someone who has been starved for a long time. He hadn't seen this kind of golden field for a very long time. Based on their agreement, Future Development planted 1 million mu of land and therefore had to pay tax on the 1 million mu of land to the war chief every year. In order to make sure NAC did not play tricks on the area they farmed, the war chief even sent his trusted wizard, Lozangbo, to be stationed in the Lake Victoria Development Zone to supervise the NAC to count the area of the land. 1 mu of land required a payment of 800 caddies of rice or corn a year, not to mention the boxes of orange-yellow bullets that were used to bribe the wizard. Future Development was not foolish enough to pay with the cheap food. 500 boxes of military arms were sent to the war chief's palace, plus a few power armors and a few boxes of North American specialties. The gesture immediately pleased the war chief. He patted Feng Yuan on the shoulder and stated that the Asian people are the friends of African people. Feng Yuan was so embarrassed that he started to blush. In half a year, the development zone that was originally made up of a dozen tents had grown to the scale of today with vast fertile fields. A 10-meter-high concrete wall surrounded the settlement, and aesthetically pleasing concrete apartments rose up from the ground. From the distance, the settlement looked like a fortress standing on top of the hill. A series of artificial canals extended southward from the shore of Lake Victoria and delineated the farms into squares. Every 200 meters, there was a sentry tower. Heavy machine guns or other fixed weapons were placed on the sentry tower with a sentry on guard. More than 500 employees lived within the wall, in addition to more than 4,000 slaves of different skin colors. But even as slaves, the lives of these people were definitely better than other slaves in Africa. As long as they were not lazy and completed their daily tasks on time, Future Development did not let them starve. In addition, there were people who taught them how to use machinery, how to farm, and how to fertilize. Compared with working under Africans, at least they did not need to use hoes and buckets to farm. They not only saved on a lot of manual labor, the efficiency also greatly increased. The clever and diligent people had the opportunity to escape from slavery to become slave overseers. These people made the leap from the proletariat into an accomplice of the exploitation of the proletariat in one fell swoop. Everyone was full of energy, and in comparison, Feng Yuan felt that he slacked more than before when he got here. The days here started to feel comfortable. All he did every day was drive around the field twice in his all-terrain vehicle, then he went out with Wizard Lozangbo with his shotgun to shoot some game. Occasionally, the war chief held banquets, which was considered to be one of the few occasions he had to attend. He didn't have to worry about his needs at all. The war chief not only gave him some return gifts, but there were also some top-quality goods in the slave market. Asians were pickier than Africans in terms of aesthetics. Thick lips, big boobs, and large butts were considered the standards of beauty. Facial features, on the other hand, were less important, with no standard perception at all. As a result, slaves with poor stature but exquisite facial features were always left behind. It was not only Feng Yuan that enjoyed hunting in the slave market in Mombasa, but many employees in the development zone also shared the same hobby. Of course, it was not to say that Feng Yuan didn't do any work, he still contributed greatly. For example, the road from the Lake Victoria Development Zone to the port, and even the latest berths and cranes in the port, were built by Future Development. The Zhao Group made a fortune from the cement business, and some of the construction teams who went to Africa with Future Development also made a lot of money. On the other hand, those African businessmen were furious because the unruly Future Group didn't let them make any money at all. Only a fool would let them make money. NAC people were not foolish. One bag of cement could be sold for the price of two. Even if the Zhao group had to transport the cement from Wanghai, it was still substantially cheaper compared to the local cement. Moreover, the amount of cement they produced made people wonder how long their factories had been running for, and how long since their local construction teams worked on projects. But there was one thing Feng Yuan didn't expect. Those African businessmen, or those tribes who do business, mostly operated poorly not entirely because of laziness, but because their businesses were mostly side hustles, and banditry was their main line of work. The bloody survival of the fittest was the normal state on the prairie. On the first Sunday, after the last mu was harvested in the development zone, Feng Yuan gained a deep realization of this. As usual, Feng Yuan threw the shotgun into the trunk of his vehicle, picked up Lu Zhangbo and 2 guards, and prepared to head to the African savannah to catch some game. However, before they left, they were forced back by the sound of sirens from the settlement. What happened? After Feng Yuan jumped out of the car, he caught an officer who was running towards the wall and hurriedly asked. Report. Our food delivery team was hijacked by unknown armed forces. 10 trucks and 20 employees in the vehicles were taken hostage. 8 of the 10 bodyguards were unfortunately killed. Feng Yuan's heart immediately stuttered for a second. His top priority was no longer the dozens of tons of food on the vehicles, but the lives of the 20 employees. If any of the lives were lost, as the manager, he was definitely going to have to take responsibility. Where are those mercenaries? They said that the tribe was a close relative of the war chief, and they didn't dare to fight against them. We resisted until the end but were overwhelmed by the number of enemies. The officer gritted his teeth angrily. Feng Yuan was so angry that he cussed out. These bastards are not taking any less money, but when they are asked to fight, they are more scared than anyone. If it were in Wanghai, even the mercenary group with the worst reputation would fight, instead of running away without firing a single shot. Report. 2 kilometers ahead, unknown armed forces are approaching. There was a shout from the wall. The officer looked at Feng Yuan anxiously. Feng Yuan understood immediately and said quickly. Hurry and go now. Roger. The officer gave a military salute and ran towards the stairs. Feng Yuan grinded his teeth, glared at Lu Zhangbo, who looked calm and collected, then called the wizard to go up the wall. He took the binoculars from the soldier next to him and looked in the direction of the highway. After Feng Yuan saw the scene, his expression changed drastically. They certainly encountered militants who came to seek for trouble before, but at most, there were only 2 to 3 trucks and less than 20 rifles. The sentry tower just had to fire the machine gun before those militants fled. But now, when Feng Yuan watched the billowing dust in the distance, he started to panic. 30 trucks were approaching the development zone. He didn't know whether they were armed with heavy weapons, but based on his understanding of Africa, the tribes with more trucks were more powerful. Moreover, these people chose the sensitive time when the first batch of crops had just been harvested in the development zone. There was no doubt that the enemy came prepared. The port was the property of War Chief Duamen, and no one dared to ploy against it. But the Lake Victoria development zone was different. The NAC already paid taxes to War Chief Duamen, and their action now was unlikely to attract the defenders from Mombusa. These militants planned to take advantage of this point frame, and thus they dared to attack at this moment. As the siren went off, the entire settlement was like a pot of boiling water, and everyone began to move. Among the 500 employees stationed in the colony, more than 200 were private guards recruited by future development. At this moment, they were equipped with kinetic skeletons and headed onto the wall, as well as bunkers and platforms. As for the remaining engineers in construction, agriculture, and water, they withdrew into the underground bunker located in the center of the settlement under Feng Yuan's command. There was enough food and fresh water stored in the underground bunker to sustain rations of 500 people for 6 months. Even if the settlement was captured, these 6 months were enough for NAC to rescue the people. As for slaves, of course, they were not treated as well. Everyone was pushed back to the dormitory, the doors and windows were shut tightly, and they were waiting for the final outcome. Everyone who fought before was sent to the front line with a rifle. If someone survived in this battle, based on the number of people killed, that person could remove the status of slave. If that person did not survive, then the fate was to die gloriously as cannon fodder. Just as the settlement was prepared to fight, more than 30 trucks 2 kilometers away had already left the road and drove to behind the settlement that could not be directly observed from the wall. It was the edge of the development zone, and a simple farm was built there out of wood with agricultural machinery parked in it, and 2 shotguns used to scare away wild animals. A dozen tribal soldiers quickly occupied the farm and dug a mortar position behind the wooden house. Soon, with a few muffled bangs, a few mortar shells were shot up in the air, accompanied by a few columns of black smokes, then they slammed into the colony. One shot landed in the garden and blasted a few transplanted birch trees to pieces. Another shot, unfortunately, landed on the window of an apartment building, which directly blasted off the wall of that window. Fortunately, the building did not collapse, but the few Indian slaves hiding in it were unlikely to survive. The rest of the shells hit the wall. Except for some damage to the surface of the concrete structure, as well as 2 cannon fodder salves who were injured because they did not evade in time, there were no casualties. Almost at the same time when the first round of shelling began, the settlement quickly launched a counterattack. Several electromagnetic catapult mortars were set up and soon shells were shot off by the electromagnetic catapults with a few bangs, then exploded behind the farm. Shrapnel raged as they tore the wooden buildings to pieces, and the artillery position behind the farm was also blown up. Except for a few gunners who jumped into a trench and escaped, most of them were killed remained. Followed by the collapse of the wooden house, the militants inside screamed and hurriedly withdrew from the collapsed cover. Behind the other side of the mound, the militants dug a T-shaped tunnel with a spade, then set up a machine gun to fire at the wall to cover the retreat of the troops on the forefront. The tactic was indeed accurate, but it was a pity that they encountered the NAC. More than half of the private guards hired by future development were veteran soldiers who have retired from the NAC force. Of course, the soldiers on the wall did not feel sorry for the agricultural machinery. They ignored the bullets fired from the mount and directed several heavy machine guns to the ruins of the wooden house. It didn't take more than 2 seconds before the dozen of militants that snuck out from behind the cover were pinned down again. The sniper on the sentry tower skillfully set up the sniper rifle and began to shoot at the opposite firing points. Followed by a few shots, the firepower on the opposing side gradually weakened. They were indeed enemy snipers, but the accuracy of both weapon and shooting was obviously not on the same level. The first round of feint attack ended in the defeat of these militants. Except for a few riflemen and gunners who were pinned down behind cover, all the militants retreated behind the mound. Feng Yuan equipped a kinetic skeleton, lowered his body, and crawled into the bunker outside the wall to see Jacobs, the security captain of future development. This survivor from North America was a mercenary who used to be active on the west coast of North America with extensive combat experience. After he served in Qingshan town for half a year, he was transferred to Wanghai due to work. By coincidence, he was recruited by the future group as a private guard and sent to Africa. How is the situation? How many people are there on the opposing side? Did you see it clearly? The floor shook slightly, and Feng Yuan cursed under his breath. He hurriedly grabbed onto the table to stabilize himself. The mortars and catapults on both sides were still engaged in sporadic exchanges of fire. This place was the very front line. More than 500 people but less than 1,000 people. The wave just now was a feint. It is very likely that it was just a force made up of slaves or lower citizens in the tribe. We have to closely monitor the specific situation. We just released our drones. Jacobs held a pair of binoculars in his hand as he locked his sight onto the mound full of dead weeds and his brows twisted together. You have to quickly contact the port and ask the NAC Marines stationed there for reinforcement. But our employees are also at the port. Feng Yuan hesitated, if these tribal militants take advantage of this time difference and attack our port, impossible, the port is the property of the war chief. If you are not assured, you can let our employees at the port board the ship first. These tribal militants won't go into the sea, Jacob said. After Feng Yuan debated for a moment longer, he finally gritted his teeth, turned on the EP switch, and called the NAC Marine Corps at the port. The force stationed there by NAC was to escort cargo ships and deal with pirates in South Asia, and so, their combat effectiveness was naturally impeccable. There was no power armor in the development zone, so the defensive force was more than capable but lacked offensive power. As the security captain said, it was the best decision to call for the reinforcement of the army when the number of militants outside was unclear. At this moment, on the mound outside the wall of the settlement, tribal militants with different types of rifles waved their shovels and wooden spades and dug a crooked tunnel. Among them were not only blacks but also many slaves of other skin colors. Bullets whizzed above their heads, and the slightest peek could result in a headshot. The two sides tested each other with mortar shells. The people in the wall were at an advantage with better firepower, while the tribal militants behind the mound were at an advantage due to attacking a fixed target. In a trench not far from there, the tribal militants built a cover with wood and sandbags as a temporary command post. Two men, one tall and one short, in weird costumes stood under the shed of this command post. The tall one was burly, built like a gorilla, and just a robe covered his body as his neck was wrapped with bullets tied to a chain. His facial features were ferocious, his frontal bones were wide, his lower jaw was protruded, and his eyes glowed fiercely like two mung beans. If it were placed in the Pan-Asia boundary, his appearance alone would be enough to make survivors flee. Because his appearance was too similar to a mutated human, more precisely, the most dangerous lead-skinned mutated human that could tear apart a power armor by hand. The short man's back was crooked, his face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes flashed with shrewdness. He wore a long dress with complicated patterns, which was similar to that of the courtiers of the war chief, but there were some differences. His appearance looked like that of a noble in other tribes, and in short, his status was likely not low. Those NAC people are not easy to deal with. I don't know if they have power armors inside. Mandaru, with a crooked back, narrowed his eyes as his dry skin scrunched together. He observed the shells that landed outside through the observation hole from time to time and all the wrinkles on his face squeezed together. Although he expected from the beginning that the NAC was going to be difficult to deal with, he still didn't expect the battle to be so difficult. Originally, based on their tactics, the first round of offensive involved the slaves being sent forward for a feint attack in order to test the firepower of the settlement. At the same time, it provided cover for the troops in the second round of the offensive. However, the firepower of those Asians exceeded their expectations. In less than 2 minutes, the mortars they deliberately sent forward were blown up by the enemy's counter-artillery bombardment. The troops on the feint attack who tried to withdraw were pinned down by heavy machine guns. Until now, there were still 4 to 5 soldiers under the ruins of that wooden house, and their subsequent tactic was completely disrupted. There should be no power armor. Although the burly black man looked like a simple-minded person, he was not foolish at all. Instead of making a plan recklessly, he calmly analyzed, if they have power armors, then they can launch an attack, instead of being trapped inside and wasting shells. Whenever he thought of the grain in the development zone, Barlam's eyes started to gleam with greed, and his breath turned heavier. Although the Morsi tribe was on good terms with these Asians, the fact they possessed food as the weak was already a crime on this dry and yellow prairie. Yes, even if the feint attack failed, he still did not change his perception. In the African savanna, the strong never hid behind walls when faced with threats. They didn't dare to step outside, so it only meant one thing, they just appeared to be strong on the surface. Especially given that the Morsi tribe did not play their trump card yet. Even though the firepower of those heavy machine guns and mortars was very powerful, it would be naive to think that firepower alone was enough to beat them. Mandaru, with the crooked back, noticed the subtle change on Barlam's face, and a vicious but subtle sneer formed on the corner of his chapped lips. Just like the large tribe of Morsi tribe, the water lizard tribe he represented also shared no serious grudges with the Asians, but there were indeed small conflicts. The chief of the water lizard tribe was a well-known entrepreneur in Mombasa, and his businesses included sand, cement, and engineering development. Originally, they thought that the arrival of these Asians would make them a fortune. However, after several negotiations, the Asians completely left them out of the business. Not only were the cement transported from their own place, but they even hauled their engineering team and construction equipment. This action made the water lizard tribe, who hoarded cement and prepared to demand any price, suffer heavy losses, and they just stared at the bags of cement piled up in their tribe. Therefore, they joined forces with a large tribe like Morsi to attack the Asian settlement in the development zone. The food in the settlement was not the main reason, the real motive was to teach these unruly Asians some lessons. Of course, because they provided a full truckload of weapons to the Morsi tribe, they were eligible to receive dividends from this hunt. If they could get some food from these Asians, it would compensate for the losses they suffered when they were hoarding cement. At this moment, a black soldier ran in a panic. Report, NAC has set off from the port. The port? Why are they coming here? The two mung beans seemed to shrink to a point. Barlam stared at the soldier who brought the intelligence and continued to ask, "Did you see how many people they have?" 5 armored vehicles. After the black soldier swallowed down the lump in his throat, he answered tremblingly, "It seems that there are also 2 helicopters." After the flare was fired, the private armed forces of Future Group in the settlement took the initiative to launch an offensive against unidentified militants outside the development zone, with the NAC Marine Corps that arrived from the port. A total of 31 people were injured, and 7 people were killed in the operation. More than 200 militants were killed, 370 captured, and the rest fled with the hostages. In addition, 37 slaves were killed in the action. When the battle report was delivered to Jiang Chen, he was not surprised by the outcome. The Marine Corps stationed in the port were all elites of the NAC. If they could not even deal with a bunch of natives, then they should be ashamed of the emblems they carry. The only thing Jiang Chen cared a little bit about was the description of certain details in the battle report. Based on the report, the Morsi tribe used special biotechnology on the battlefield and injected a certain kind of medicine to make the originally strong soldiers more powerful, and at the same time, more bloodthirsty and violent. These people usually hold a powered hammer or an axe, a chainsaw, and hung heavy C-grade steel plates on their bodies. Their tactics were similar to the mutated humans in Wanhai as they fought enemies in close combat. The most astounding fact was that after the soldiers entered a frenzied state, because of the medicine, these soldiers not only had enhanced recovery ability, but they also healed at a tremendous speed visible to the naked eye from non-lethal damage. Their muscle density and bone strength also increased substantially. Their body's resistance to bullets was not inferior to mutated humans. "What do you think this is?" Jiang Chen asked casually with some curiosity. "I don't know, but I guess it's something that overdraws the potential of the body, but anyone who uses this kind of medicine doesn't live long. Are you interested? There are probably a lot of pharmacies in the 6th Street that sells them." Lin Lin sat next to Jiang Chen, then explained while she bit on some snacks and dangled her legs off of the sofa. "A medicine that overdraws the potential of the body?" He put aside this matter for the time being and placed the report on the coffee table. Then, he looked at Xiaoro across from him. At this moment, Xiaoro was in a very low mood, and it was obvious that she was still worried about the hostages being taken away. But Jiang Chen didn't blame her. Instead, he looked at her and smiled comfortingly. After all, the problems future development encountered in Africa were nothing to him. From the very beginning, he said that he handed the business of Future Group in the apocalypse to her for her to practice and gain experience. "What are you going to do with those hostages?" Jiang Chen smiled. "I don't know, the people from Morsi demanded a very high ransom. They want a box of military arms for each person. Sun Xiaoro shook her head, and said with anger, "We are negotiating with them through the war chief, but still, we don't have any good results." No wonder she was angry. After all, Future Development had managed the relationship with war chief. However, after such an incident happened in his territory, not only did he not punish the bandits, instead, he acted as an intermediary to help the two sides negotiate. Is this what a reasonable human being would do? There were certainly reasons their logic was so backward. Sun Xiaoro could not understand the logic of these African tribes, but Jiang Chen could understand a little bit. The Iron Teeth tribe needed to unite with other small tribes in Mombasa in order to consolidate its position as the war chief in United African Tribes. Therefore, in any case, the war chief would definitely help the outsiders to suppress his own people. Law. Morality. It was questionable if these things really exist here. Of course, while he understood the situation, it was impossible to tolerate it. Want to hear my opinion? Jiang Chen smiled while he looked at the distressed Xiaoro. Xiaoro's eyes lit up and she raised her head to look at Jiang Chen. Her face once again bloomed with a smile. You thought of a solution? Give them the ransom first, and then give the war chief 20 boxes of military arms as a gift, so that he must ensure the safety of the hostages, Jiang Chen said. That's more than 20 boxes of military arms. Do we really have to pay them so much ransom? Xiaoro opened her mouth and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, and also, we need to pay 20 boxes of military arms as a thank you. That's too much. It was not a regular box, but a small container specially used to transport arms. Maybe I didn't say it clearly enough. The 20 boxes of military arms are not just a thank you for being an intermediary. Jiang Chen laughed. His expression did not change, but his tone turned more chilling. That is also the money to buy the lives of Morsi tribe. 40 boxes of military arms were just 2 or 3 days of production capacity for a few of the production lines of future military. The arms consisted of grenades, daggers, pistols, but mostly rifle bullets. From a cost perspective, it was at most 10 million XIN new dollars. If it was exchanged to the newly introduced world dollar, the amount was slightly larger. Of course, the arms for those natives were not of the best quality nor the newly manufactured kind. After Sun Xiaoro returned to the apocalypse, she immediately contacted Wang Qing from the logistics department and asked her to retrieve a batch of old arms from the warehouse that was ready to be sent for destruction. Those old arms would be cleaned and repacked. Because NAC was very careful about ammunition and weapon maintenance, these repacked military assets looked like new ones. Among the 20 boxes used as the ransom, a small amount of ammunition was replaced with hollowed-out duds, which were hidden in the bottom of the boxes. The hollowed-out part of these duds were installed with transmitters, which were capable of sending coordinate signals at a certain frequency until the built-in air lithium battery was completely exhausted. Without a reconnaissance satellite, it was extremely difficult to accurately locate the Morsi tribe on the African savanna. It would require local guides and experienced scouts to go deep into the savanna. However, with these munitions equipped with transmitters, all the problems were solved. After Xiaoro finished all the work, she went to see Wang Qing, and soon the logistics department sent a dozen trucks to transport the military arms to the port. Thank you so much for your help. As she watched the crane load the boxes of military arms onto the cargo ship, Xiaoro smiled at Wang Qing to express her appreciation. How many credits should I pay you for these military arms? No need, it's all old arms ready to be destructed. Even if you don't want them, we will bring those to the shooting range to be destroyed. Wang Qing waved her hand and said heartily. Although her position went from a warehouse manager to the head of the logistics department, the identity Wang Qing gave herself did not ever change. In her eyes, the entire NAC was the general's private property, and Xiaoro was the second wife of the general, and she had no reason to be concerned with such a trivial ask. That won't work, Jiang, the general said, since I'm negotiating with you in the name of future development. it's better to follow the normal business procedures. Xiao shook her head and said as she insisted on the payment. Wang Qing was amused by what Xiao said, but she thought, if you are not the one talking with me but another company, they can forget about it. Since the control of the military industry was gradually taken back by the military government has begun to tighten the weapons on the market to prevent people with bad intentions from hoarding arms. The military government would rather the weapons be wasted than dumped into the market. There were certainly people that thought about the scrapped military arms. They tried to bribe Wang Qing to buy the arms at a low price and sell it to the south or other regions. However, no matter how much they offered, she refused without exception and sent those people to the NAC prosecutors. On loyalty, no one was comparable to the first generation of people who followed the general. The survivors who just came out of the fallout shelter may not have had the experience, but as the people that followed Jiang Chen's steps from the very beginning, the respect they had was from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, she only thought about it in her mind. After all, in her opinion, future development was likely something used to relieve the second lady from her boredom. Even she probably didn't care about how much money she made, so Wang Qing just nonchalantly said, "It's up to you." Although Wang Qing didn't take it too seriously, Xiao still thought about it for a while and offered a price of 10,000 credits for a box of military arms. Wang Qing, who had never planned to bargain, happily agreed and let her deputy handle the payment. On the other side, when Xiao followed Wang Qing's deputy for payment, Jiang Chen, who rarely returned to the apocalypse, held a temporary meeting in the general's mansion. The mysterious general finally showed his face again, and the NAC executives naturally all attended the meeting. Apart from the fact that the governors of the colonies were unable to be present, the executives from the 6th Street and looting town all rushed over in person. "Don't be so nervous, we are only discussing very ordinary issues." Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile as he looked at the tense subordinates before him. Since the door that connected the two worlds opened, his mentality had undergone a subtle change. What is the best way to describe it? He felt that his burden was a lot lighter, and in front of these old subordinates, he was much more easygoing. After he cleared his throat, he gestured to Han Junhua who stood next to him, and soon the documents were distributed to the hands of the participants of the conference. The whole Wanghai city is like a gunpowder keg, and every survivor has a gun in their hand. Many people used to be survivors who made a living on the wasteland, and many of them may have been predators. NAC will not punish them for their crimes in other places, but it is undeniable that if these people cannot find a job, they are likely to lay a hidden danger for the stability of Wanghai. Chu Nan, report the employment situation in the 6th Street. Yes, the Honorable General. Chu Nan smiled, stood up, and nodded slightly. According to the data provided by the trade unions, including freelance jobs such as mercenaries, guards, and hunters, the unemployment rate at the 6th Street for the last quarter is 10%. 10% was just an estimate, and it was not realistic for it to be accurate to the decimal point, especially on the wasteland. And because combat occupations such as mercenaries and guards digested a large amount of the labor force, it was difficult to accurately count these highly mobile populations. Is it 10%? For the 6th Street, this data is still reasonable. Jiang Chen nodded. In order to find something to do for those who have guns and free time right now, the General's Mansion researched and decided to implement the document that you are currently holding in the next month. I hope to hear your opinions and see what else is worth revising in this document. The document in everyone's hands was called on the Limited Opening of Slave Trade Act and the Measures for Investment Promotion in Africa. The document stated that when taking into account the respect of local laws and cultural customs, the military government will allow slave trade in the African region. Slaves can be traded and used in Africa, and if they are brought to the NAC mainland or other colonies, their status as slaves will be automatically cancelled. In addition, the document also stipulated that no factories can be opened in Africa, no attack on legal citizens of NAC, encouragement of private mercenaries to enter Africa, and so on. After Cheng Weiguo read this document, he raised his hand. Jiang Chen noticed and nodded to him. Why don't we send an expeditionary force directly? Cheng Weigua asked. I heard that the Morsi tribe attacked our citizens in the Lake Victoria development zone. We can use this as an excuse to start the war. Because they are more difficult to deal with than North America. Mombasa alone has hundreds of thousands of people, and the population there is beyond our imagination. Small tribes gather around large tribes, and large tribes surrender to larger tribes, and they have formed a feudal system. If we step onto Africa as NAC, it means going to war with the United African Tribes, and the biggest spoils we can get are just what we have gotten from them. Jiang Chen shook his head and explained. If all the refugees who fled from Europe, Central Asia, South Asia, and the east coast of South America were counted, the population of the African continent was unimaginably high. And the most critical factor was that it is not about victory, but rather, the lack of benefit in victory. NAC already acquired the fertile Lake Victoria development zone with no effort. More than 10 million mu of land were ready to be developed. After half a year, only 1 million mu of the land was harvested. But the grain produced alone was enough to feed the entire NAC population. NAC also only had to pay with some cheap bullets or outdated power armors. Even if the 4 corps made up of tens of thousands of soldiers were all sent to Africa, and the entire east coast of Africa was conquered in 2 or 3 years, NAC would still be farming in Lake Victoria at best. Cheng Weigua only raised this issue from the standpoint of a soldier. After a little thought, he could understand the pros and cons. Since there is no objection, let's vote by a show of hands. Jiang Chen glanced around. Jiang Chen was very surprised that Cheng Weigua raised his hand. The document passed unanimously. In the port outside Mombasa, 40 containers were located under cranes at the terminal. 2 black tribesmen with rifles stepped forward, dragged out a plastic box of ammunition from the open container, and brutally smashed the lock with the rifle stock. When they saw orange-yellow bullets inside, their mung bean-like eyes showed a spark of ecstasies, then they whistled with cheers. 20 boxes of military arms are here, where are our people? Feng Yuan did not look at the 2 men, but instead, stared at the envoy of Morsi tribe in front of him. He noticed that when the envoy saw the 40 containers of military arms in the port, there was a look of greed that quickly disappeared from his face. This greed was not directed at the arms here, anyone could feel that it was aimed at Feng Yuan and his people. 1 hostage traded for a box of arms. This deal was way too profitable. Don't worry, the hostages are all in the truck. I guarantee with the steel teeth's totem that everyone is safe and sound. The burly Dwaman coughed, opened his arms, and looked at the envoy of the Morsi tribe. As agreed, you let them go. The envoy bowed respectfully, and his attitude towards the war chief was obviously more respectful than those outsiders. Soon, 22 people got off the truck, because NAC paid the ransom fairly quickly. These people hadn't been abused. 2 of them were private guards who had survived. Their injuries were clearly serious, and they were wrapped in bandages. The moment they saw Feng Yuan, the 2 of them looked ashamed and lowered their head. When the NAC soldiers saw their injuries, they looked furious, and the way they stared at the Morsi envoy carried a desire to kill. However, perhaps the envoy from Morsi was either fearless or brainless. He raised his chin slightly, and cast an arrogant look on the soldiers. Feng Yuan pressed down the muzzle that was almost raised next to him with his hand, shook his head at the soldier, then waved the medics to the 2 wounded soldiers. Please raise your head, you have nothing to be ashamed of. The ones who should be ashamed are those cowards who took a deposit but left their employers and ran away. On our side, even the most despicable mutated humans disdain this kind of filth. You and your comrade in arms fought to the last moment, even if you were outnumbered in the end, you are deserving of the glory. Feng Yuan didn't control the volume of this sentence, but the expression on the war chief's face was not the most pleased. After all, he introduced Feng Yuan to the guards. Morsi tribe was one of his most valiant vassal tribes, and it was normal that the mercenaries did not dare to fight against them. But when he saw the 20 containers that belonged to him, the war chief erased the dissatisfaction with this sentence and pretended not to hear the rude words. On the contrary, the envoy of Morsi was very direct, said nothing, made a contemptuous gesture, and then took his 2 entourages and left the port. In their tribe, that gesture meant a coward. You shouldn't pay the ransom. Because he received compensation, Wizard Lasambo shook his head and reminded Feng Yuan kindly, "Did you see the expression on the war chief's face? He is so happy that he received 20 containers of military arms just for being an intermediary for the exchange of hostages, which is more profitable than the slave trade." There was one more sentence Lasambo did not say. If the Steel Teeth tribe were dissatisfied with the attack on the development zone by the vassals in the territory, from now on, the war chief would much rather for his vassals to rob the Asian settlement, and then act as a middleman to make a profit from it. The employees of future development are not slaves. Moreover, they will soon pay for their stupidity. Feng Yuan sneered as he stared coldly at the back of the Morsi envoy, then said the sentence one word at a time. Soon, they will learn that the ransom is not so easy to take. Cheers to Mother Morsi. Oh ho ho. Sparks popped out of the bonfire, and the tribesmen around the bonfire danced to the beat of the drums as they performed mysterious dances around the bonfire. On this continent, the culture of each tribe was different. Except for the common totem and ancestor people worshipped, all cultural differences were reflected in the appearance of totems, dances, and rhythms of drums. The wizard chanted the spell, like a rap, reached out and grabbed a handful of powder in the bone vessel, and threw it into the campfire. Amidst a group of people who screamed and cheered, the flames loudly banged, and the explosion turned green. If there was one sentence to describe the people living here, they were both backward and advanced at the same time. The village of Morsi tribe was very large, and most of the buildings were tents. The design was to adapt to the safaris on the prairie. As the deer moved and the surrounding fruits depleted, they continued to migrate. However, primitiveness did not mean that they were absolutely backward. Like many survivor settlements around Wanghai, they used modern weapons, and they were familiar with some of the high-tech unique to Mombasa. 2 tribal soldiers with rifles brought 2 slaves who were tied up. The 2 were light-skinned and their muscles bulged out. One was probably a Central European and the other was a Slav. In this era, their relationship could be described as a blood feud. Knife. The black soldier spoke in French and handed them both a knife, then released the shackles on them. The rest of the tribesmen formed a circle around the 2 as they cheered and yelled weird words in excitement. With 2 low growls, the 2 slaves leaped forward, and both saw despair in each other's pupils. No one could survive. The weak was killed, and the heart of the strong was sacrificed. It was a tradition to celebrate a good harvest of the hunt and pray for the next hunt. The containers filled with ammunition were placed not far from the totem pole before the gifts given to them by these ancestors of Morsi were taken apart. In order to offer sacrifices to the ancestors, in order to obtain the blessings of the ancestors, at this moment, every Morsi was there. Finally, the duel was decided, and the Central European's knife had been knocked out. The Slav put his body over the Central European, then stabbed the knife in his hand to his opponent's throat. "We are dead, we are all dead." The Central European's pupils shook with despair as he grasped the knife with both hands and watched the blood drip drop by drop. He panted heavily, then in a hoarse voice, he said, "They will first drain all of your blood, and then dig out your heart in front of you, and put it on that altar." At this moment, there seemed to be some noise in the air. Of course, the 2 people surrounded by thousands of tribesmen could not hear the noise, but many people on the outer edge still raised their heads and looked at the dark sky. "Shoo, listen carefully, that is the voice of our ancestors, they're teaching us." Someone said so. 2,000 meters above the air, 2 Aurora 20s cruised one after the other. "This is Hunter 1, the signal source has been detected." In the evening, while the Morsi tribe celebrated the victory of the hunt, a banquet was also held in the palace of Mombasa. The host of the banquet was of course War Chief Dwaman, but this banquet was not to celebrate anything but to settle the difference between Morsi tribe and future development. Therefore, War Chief Dwaman also invited the envoy from Morsi tribe and the manager of Future Development Africa, Feng Yuan. Even if his brain was not the smartest, he was definitely not the fool to be able to sit as the war chief of the United African Tribes. One was his most brave hound, and the other was a goat with sharp horns. In order to allow the goat to grow its fur, it was necessary to comfort it. However, the two people who sat at the banquet seemed to have no intention of shaking hands and making peace. Before the banquet started, the war chief spoke a lot of words in a high-sounding manner and proposed a toast with all the nobles and courtiers in the room. Then he said something like, "Harmony is the most important, and there won't be a next time." He did not even say a single harsh reprimand to the aggressive Morsi tribe. "You and Manakala are both important friends of Steel Teeth tribe. I hope you can toast a glass of wine so that the seeds of hatred will turn into dust on the Sahara Desert and be taken away by the breath of Mother Earth." After Dwaman spoke, he looked at Feng Yuan and Manakala who sat on opposite sides of him, then indicated that they could toast each other. From the words of War Chief Dwaman, Feng Yuan learned that the name of this envoy was Manakala. He was a nobleman from Morsi tribe, and he was also a very prestigious warrior in the tribe. He silently noted the name, said nothing, and stood up. Two maids in gold ornaments brought a tray forward and walked towards the two who sat opposite each other. The gilded wine glass was placed in the center of the tray, and the swaying liquid was like blood. In any case, there was nothing wrong with the wine. However, when Feng Yuan reached for the wine glass from the gilded tray, Manakala, who sat across from him with his arms folded, didn't even touch the wine glass. He directly spat into the wine glass. The atmosphere at the banquet instantly cooled down, and everyone looked at Feng Yuan, who stood there alone, with the intention of watching the drama unfold. Manakala seemed to feel that what he had just done was not enough. After he spat, he looked at Feng Yuan contemptuously and humiliated him with a voice that everyone could hear. However, because the envoy didn't use French, Feng Yuan didn't understand what he was talking about. Feng Yuan did not get angry, he slightly turned his head and whispered to the interpreter standing behind him. What did he say? The interpreter standing behind him hesitated, gritted his teeth, and finally explained in a quiet voice. He said, "Morsi will not sit with a coward, and that it will stigmatize our totem, I see." After Feng Yuan listened, he was unexpectedly calm. So much so that the interpreter was slightly taken aback. When nobles, courtiers, and representatives of other tribes at the banquet saw that the Asian did not respond, the way they looked at Feng Yuan turned from anticipation to contempt and then to disdain. On the prairie, the order was dictated by power, and the weak was destined to be enslaved. It was the law since before the war, and it did not change whether the outside world was at peace or destruction. If he did not have the courage to fight other tribes' humiliation, then he would only be looked down upon by everyone. Feng Yuan did not take those contemptuous looks to heart. Feng Yuan just glanced at War Chief Dwaman, and saw that he had no comments on Manakala's behavior. He quickly understood the situation. If it was in Pan-Asia, spitting in front of the host's glass of wine is not a slap to the enemy's face, but to the host's face. Even the most simple-minded, straightforward man did not do this. But there didn't seem to be so many unwritten rules and traditions here. Just by the way the war chief took everything for granted, Feng Yuan knew that he was not going to blame Morsi tribe. Maybe this is the difference between civilized and barbaric. It seems that not all of War Chief Dwaman's vassals understand etiquette. It just so happens that I have no interest in drinking with uncivilized beasts. Feng Yuan poured the wine in the glass on the ground, and then gazed at Manakala who sat there with a look of disdain, and said nonchalantly, "As for your cup, I will make you drink it on your knees." Manakala grinned and showed a ferocious look. "You can try it, monkey." This time he used French. At this moment, the gate of the palace was suddenly pushed open, and a panicked soldier ran. After he got down on one knee next to War Chief Dwaman, he said something hastily. Because it was too far away, Feng Yuan didn't hear what he said, but he saw that War Chief Duomen's expression gradually turned uglier. At this time, the EP around his wrist rang. He clicked on the screen, read the text, and looked at the attachments. He once again looked at Manakala, who sat across from him, and said with a half-smile, "I didn't expect to fulfill my words so soon." While he said the sentence, he took out a memory card from his pocket, inserted it in the EP, then stuffed it into the holographic computer pen, and threw it on the table in front of Manakala. At the moment Feng Yuan threw the holographic computer pen over, Manakala's pupils suddenly constricted, and the cheetah-like muscles seemed to tighten, but after he realized that it was not a weapon, he sneered and dropped his vigilance. "You can open it. If don't know how, I can teach you," Feng Yuan said in French with a smile. Manakala smiled with disdain again. He grabbed and clicked the button on the holographic computer pen. He proved to Feng Yuan that he knew how to use it. However, the moment he turned on the switch, he was stunned by the picture that appeared on the pop-up holographic screen. On the screen was a picture overlooking the ground from a high altitude. Because it was nighttime and too high up, only the bright spots in the middle of the screen were visible. Manakala faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Suddenly, he found the hill in the corner of the picture seemed a bit familiar. But just when he was about to look carefully, the picture zoomed in towards the bright spot in the middle. Manakala was stunned. He finally saw clearly. In the center of the picture was his tribe, and the rising flame was the bonfire of the sacrificial celebration. Suddenly, something fell from the side of the camera, and it quickly turned into a black spot and disappeared into the night. Just as Manakala was thinking about what disappeared on the screen, a dazzling white light exploded in the air above Morsi tribe without the slightest warning. The burning white phosphorus ignited everything and left only the mournful wailing of the dead in the fire. A total of 8 clusters of white phosphorus munitions were fired down and turned the radius of a mile into scorched earth. The chiefs, warriors, men, women, old people, children, antelopes, and all traces of their existence were erased. Manakala stood there, his eyes widened, and his 2-meter-high body trembled along with his lips. Whether it was the prayer he recited in his mouth, or the plea he mumbled, or the fear he felt, it was so minuscule compared to the flame that burned everything. The representative of Water Lizard, Tulyalu, sat next to Manakala. They maintained a good relationship. And the brawny black man in a leopard coat originally stared at Feng Yuan like a delicious prey, but now, that look changed into the way someone looked at a devil. It was the same reaction for the noble of the steel teeth who sat next to Tulyalu. He looked up as if he was worshipping a devil, and the previous contempt in his eyes was replaced by endless fear. It was the same reaction shared by everyone. There was fear in their eyes, except for one person. War Chief Duomen stood up abruptly and looked at Feng Yuan in anger. He snorted heavily, like an angry bull. Morsi was one of the most powerful vassals of the Steel Teeth, and one of the hounds that guarded the northwestern territory. He could turn a blind eye to his guest fighting with his hound, but he could not tolerate his guest cutting the hound's head off. Except for the 2 holding the tray, the surrounding maids all backed away in horror. The soldiers that stood in the shadowy corner stared at Feng Yuan silently. They waited for the war chief's order to pounce on him at any moment. However, they did not hear the command from the war chief. Duomen simply stared at Feng Yuan. He was waiting for an explanation. However, Feng Yuan's reaction was going to disappoint him. This time Feng Yuan didn't look at the war chief at all, instead, he just looked at the trembling Manakala and said emotionlessly. The Pan-Asia people talk about courtesy and respect. If you kneel down and drink that glass of wine, Morsi can keep the last of its blood. After Feng Yuan said this, he turned around and headed out with the interpreter behind him. When Feng Yuan walked to the door, the war chief was about to stop him. However, Manakala suddenly shouted, slapped away the wine glass in the tray, grabbed the knife on the table, and strode towards Feng Yuan. "I'm going to kill you." After he witnessed the destruction of his tribe, the tragic death of his people, the flames of anger burned through every inch of his blood vessels. He was incapable of thinking at this moment, as his own desire was to dig out the heart of this Asian man and place it on the withered totem to pay tribute to his people. As Manakala saw Feng Yuan already made it to the door, he was about to grab Feng Yuan's collar, but before his hand could reach it, there was a bang, and his skull shattered like a smashed watermelon. The gunshot was from far away. But the palace was silent. The guard who stood behind the war chief stepped forward, raised his rifle, and aimed it at Feng Yuan's back, but the war chief shouted at him and pressed down the raised muzzle. The nobles at the banquet shook in fear, as if they just witnessed with their own eyes that a delicious sheep just tore down its friendly disguise and revealed the fangs hidden under the gentle beard. An entire tribe was slaughtered, and the tribe was no other than the most mighty and domineering tribe outside of the Steel Teeth tribe. The only thought in their mind was, once the banquet ended, they would go tell their people that the Asians were all devils, and they were not to be provoked. After Feng Yuan stepped down from the last step of the palace, he let out a sigh of relief. Although it was only a short 10 minutes, his back was drenched in sweat. 1 kilometer away, the sniper that laid on the roof of the temple put away the still smoking rifle, activated optical invisibility, and disappeared into the night of Mombasa, as if he had never been there before. After the Marine soldiers at the port on duty received the news of Feng Yuan's return to the development zone, they tacitly turned off the rifle safety. Their eyes behind the tactical eyepiece no longer intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the cigarettes in the mouths of the black soldiers. That night, the entire Mombasa boiled. The guards in the entire city were dispatched on the mission to catch the assassin, but not a single Asian was caught. Instead, a lot of white and black slaves were captured. They were dragged to the gutter behind the prison and executed like pigs. It was unknown why the executions happened, and who was the audience of the show. At dawn the next day, the news that Manakala from Morsi tribe was shot by a sniper at the gate of the war chief's palace spread throughout the city. Asian businesspeople doing business in Mombasa discussed going to the development zone or port to take shelter, but they did not expect that when they left the city, the originally disrespectful blacks did not take advantage of the chaos to attack but avoided them like the plague. At first, we thought we would have to wait a few days for the results to come, but we didn't expect that those tribesmen would pull the containers back to the tribe that night and pile the munitions on the altar for celebrations. Our fighter jets found them far away, and there was no need even to aim. In the mansion on Coconut Island, Jiang Chen was naked in bed while he listened to Xiao, who laid in his body. She reported on the progress of future development in excitement. When Xiao talked about annihilating the disrespectful and rude Morsi tribe, she waved her small fist and felt quite relieved. Yao Yao, who was still sleeping, made a sound with her mouth. A red cloud of happiness still lingered on her cute face. Then she rubbed against Jiang Chen's arm unconsciously. Unlike Sun Xiao, Yao Yao didn't have good physical strength, so she couldn't hold back her tiredness and fell asleep. With how energetic Xiao became after she started to talk about future group's business, Jiang Chen smiled and then said, "As I said, it's no good for you to chew on the rotten bones. But if you show them weakness, there will only be endless troubles waiting for you. Normal business methods don't work there, and they can't distinguish the difference between wealth and prey very accurately. Naturally, they don't understand the principle of making money in a harmonious manner. Then why did we gift the war chief 20 boxes of military arms? I don't want to give him a single gun for this kind of people who renege." Her finger was pressed to her lower lip as Xiao thought about this question seriously. However, she did not come up with a solution. After all, it was Morsi tribe who was slaughtered. I'm afraid that the war chief's heart is dripping blood right now. The 20 boxes of arms are not only a gesture but also to remind him that future development can bring what the Steel Teeth tribe needs the most, arms. And now this esteemed customer is very angry. Jiang Chen smiled while he gently stroked down Xiao's nose with his finger. After the news of Morsi tribe's fall spread, Lake Victoria Development Zone would become a forbidden zone in the minds of African tribes in the entire Mombasa area. Anyone who angered future development would face its wrath. On the African continent in the apocalypse, this kind of behavior was neither despised, nor created hatred, but rather, it gained the awe and even respect of all tribes. The fall of the Morsi tribe left an unerasable impression for the tribes on the coast of East Africa. Except for the countless scorched corpses, there was no trace of living creatures in the grassland that had been bombed by white phosphorus munitions. The fire across the prairie caused by the munitions was not extinguished by rain until 3 days later. If it were before, in the eyes of these tribesmen, the Asians who walked on the streets of Mombasa were like easy prey. However, one dared not look directly at the convoy of future development now, and no one dared to ask for bribes from these ruthless characters. After Feng Yuan returned to the Lake Victoria Development Zone, he did not have to wait for long before the Steel Teeth tribe sent Wizard Lusambo as an emissary. The wizard only expressed regret for the deterioration of the relationship between Morsi and future development but did not comment on the 8 white phosphorus munitions. Future development continued to farm, Steel Teeth tribe collected taxes annually, and both sides were at peace. In fact, Morsi tribe attacked future development partly because the local enterprises in cement and building material business, as well as local tribes that raise slaves in captivity, were jealous of future development's profits. For example, the water lizard tribe, in addition to the loss of profits due to the hoarding of cement that future development did not buy, also raised tens of thousands of slaves, and own a large amount of fertile land in the area to the northwest of Mombasa. Because of the growth of the Lake Victoria Development Zone, the crops in their hands have gradually depreciated, so it was natural for them to get antsy. Since NAC did not mind a lower crop price and preferred food prices to depreciate, it meant the value of the manufactured products from NAC was higher in the trade. Future development wished food to continue to get cheaper, so when they paid taxes, the same amount of military arms could be exchanged for more food. Anyway, except for part of the grains they produce were used to suppress the price of food in Mombasa, most of the grains were shipped back to NAC or NAC's colonies. It was naturally impossible for the tribes that did not even possess a full set of farming tools to compete fairly with future development's mechanized equipment. Therefore, the water lizard tribe decided to think of an alternative plan and worked with Morsi tribe to launch an attack on the Lake Victoria development area, and finally kidnapped hostages in exchange for ransom. Now the chief of the water lizard tribe only felt fortunate by the fact that they did not receive the ransom, otherwise, it would not only be Morsi tribe being annihilated but also they themselves, the instigators. After the chief of the water lizard tribe spent a week in anxiety, he finally felt relieved after he realized that future development was not going to seek trouble from them. As for those unruly Asians, he didn't want to provoke them at all. Those people were simply a bunch of devils. This view had become deep-rooted in most tribes. If we want our granary to be stable, Mombasa must be unstable. Jiang Chen sat in the office of the future building and looked at Xiaoro. She stood in front of him while she humbly listened. Jiang Chen smiled and continued, "The easiest way to make Mombasa unstable is to create chaos in Africa. Turn Africa into chaos." Xiaoro tilted her head. "Is Africa not chaotic enough now?" "Not enough." Jiang Chen shook his head. Although there are still conflicts between the large and small tribes within the United African Tribes, the entire United African Tribes is stable. You can see that the two small tribes under Steel Teeth may have fought over a water source, but there is almost no conflict between Steel Teeth and several neighboring large tribes of the same size. It seems to be the case. In the boundaries of Steel Teeth, you can't see the people from Giant Axe tribe from the north at all. I heard that the manager over there say this. Sun Xiaoro nodded thoughtfully. Is there anything for us to gain if they fight? Of course, Jiang Chen smiled and continued, if the Steel Teeth tribe and the Great Axe tribe fought, then our position is very important. War Chief Dwaman will not offend us in the first place, because the armed forces of the development zone are not weak, and secondly, both sides will try to please us, because they can only buy weapons of reliable quality from our hands. Africa possessed a large number of weapons and equipment that have flowed in from the north of the Mediterranean. After more than 2 decades, most of those weapons were already very old. Because of frequent use and lack of maintenance, the more advanced the equipment, the higher the failure rate. Jiang Chen did not rule out the possibility that these tribes possessed weapons not inferior to the NS-90 robots, but the capability and effectiveness of these weapons would become a very interesting probability question. NAC could provide high-quality weapons at fair prices with stability. If the local situation turned into chaos, then arms dealers from Asia would become highly sought after by these tribes. After Jiang Chen finished his explanation, Xiaoro's eyes lit up and she immediately followed up. But, how do we make the situation more chaotic? Sell them weapons and let their ambition swell, along with their strength. Violence is in their genes. We don't need to provoke the relationship between them. We just need to pass them the tools to kill. It will naturally move in the direction we want. In the African savanna that followed the law of the jungle, farming diligently was an action disdained by people. In the eyes of almost all tribes, Morsi was their role model, and only the strong were worthy to be worshipped by others. The truly powerful tribes did not produce anything. They relied on hunting, gathering, and slaves to feed their people. They robbed necessities and weapons from the weak and expanded through snowballing. Because of this deformed culture of worship the strong, the Africans who occupied the last piece of pristine land in this apocalypse had made no achievements so far. In addition, there were always delicious fruits in the fertile forest, and without the need to fight for survival, they naturally did not work hard. In fact, that was exactly the case. In Mombasa, only the lowest tribesmen chose to work in factories. There were certainly factories there, except that all the factories only worked once every few days. It's not enough to just bring in a few tribes from United African Tribes, we need to pull in the South African Union on Madagascar to the south. We'll first dump a few hundred boxes of arms at them and then make the situation a little more chaotic. As for how to execute it, you can discuss with other employees in the company, and if you don't understand, you can also discuss it with Sister Shiyu, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Can't I ask you? I think your suggestions are very useful. Xiaoro smiled. There is no need to ask me about this kind of trivial matter, Jiang Chen waved his hand, I believe that with your ability, you can definitely solve this problem. Xiaoro rolled out her tongue playfully, then left the office. After the office door was closed, Jiang Chen rubbed his somewhat sore eyebrows, picked up the document on the table, and leaned against the chair. Since he solved the issue known as the UA, his life did not get more relaxed. Instead, it became busier. In other words, there seemed to be more and more things that needed him to worry about. Whether it was the Trans-Pacific world dollar currency system or the rescue work of the Svetovit, troubles continued to come at him one by one. Though he did ask for some of them himself. Has the ice-cutting project started? After he scanned the title of the document, he muttered a few words to himself, but his eyes inadvertently lifted from the document. He gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window distractedly and focused in the direction of downtown Koro City. He could still remember that at the very beginning, Future Building was located in the outskirts far away from the downtown of Koro City, and Koro City was not visible from here. As the boundaries of the city continue to expand, the outline of the city was getting closer and closer to this building. As his focus on Koro City became blurry, he suddenly had a thought in his mind. I wonder what it would be like in a few years. Time flew quickly. 3 years passed in a glimpse. In the past 3 years, Jiang Chen, who took DNA telomere extension agents, had hardly felt any changes to his body. If people did not check his ID, just from his youthful appearance, no one would even know that he was almost 30 years old. Age was no longer relevant to him and his relatives, lovers, and mistresses. Even Lu Yao, who he only met occasionally, as well as the maid Qian Xia in Yodo, all received a gift marked as beauty medicine. Probably last year, Lu Yao came to Coral Island for a set. When she asked Jiang Chen what was in that bottle while they were out on a date, Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't answer the question. He just told her to take it regularly and it was good for her body. It was not that he didn't believe Lu Yao would keep secrets for him, but he just didn't want her to shoulder the burdens that she shouldn't have to bear. He was a man that reminisced the past. Even though he had told her from the beginning that he wouldn't give her any name, Jiang Chen still couldn't witness her grow old and then silently leave him. A lot happened in the past 3 years. Whether it was for him, for Xian, or for this world. There was not much to say about what happened to him. Except for the piles of documents, he enjoyed his repetitive and leisurely daily life. Although this appeared boring to others, only Jiang Chen, who enjoyed this life, could appreciate the beauty of living this way. Compared to Jiang Chen himself, who has not changed much, changes in Xian were happening every day. After Xian adopted world dollar, the fast-growing economy did not show much fluctuation, and the transition from Xian new dollar to world dollar was smoothly completed. The dividends brought about by the upsurge of space resource development led to a continuous influx of international capital into these small islands in the Western Pacific. The people were happy, and the society was naturally stable. From Coral Island to Ange Island, it looked like a new place almost every year. A backpacker who frequently visited Xian even wrote in his blog that he traveled to this city every year, because every time he saw this city, it brought him a completely different feeling. If he did not rely on navigation, he would get lost in this city regardless of how many times he came. Not many people could remember what Coral City was like 10 years ago. Nowadays, there were many high-rise buildings, and the maglev vehicles that traveled back and forth formed a continuous river in the air. It ran from one end of the city to the end of the undersea tunnel on the other. Then the world outside Xian also changed drastically. The first was the Trans-Bering Strait Tunnel. The final phase of the project was finally completed. Russia and the UAE jointly announced the completion of the project. The tunnel was divided into upper and lower levels. The upper level was designed for cars and the lower level was for high-speed rail. From now on, taking the high-speed rail from Nouveau York to Paris, or driving a car around the world, was no longer an illusory dream. Trump, who had just participated in the completion ceremony, returned to capital right away to prepare for the upcoming general election. However, after the UAE adopted world dollar, the post-war economy rapidly recovered, and the employment rate fell. The possibility of his re-election was still quite high. Because of the effects of the DNA telomere extension agent, the old man did not look like he was already in his 70s. He was running around in the same imposing manner as a young man. He showed up at election campaigns to gain the precious vote of his supporters. Jiang Chen pushed Loki to the position of president of the World Union Reserve. In the past 3 years, he had shown his outstanding strength in finance. The World Union Reserve expanded the membership from the earliest 12 countries to 37. It covered almost the entire Pacific Rim, as well as Australia and South Asian countries. The snowball effect began to show. The countries that joined the World Union Reserve currency system, backed by the humongous Xian, enjoyed advantages in terms of industrial raw materials and electricity costs that other countries simply could not imagine. With the continuous expansion of the world dollar, as long as there were no internal economic issues, more and more economies would start to choose to surrender to this currency system. After the Bretton Woods system, a stronger and more unified currency system gradually dominated the global financial market. Economically, the superiority of the world dollar system started to show, and industrially, the rise of the space industry was also strong. In addition to Xian, the total output value of the space industry of the major member states gradually moved closer to the figure of 10%. As for Xian, if Heavenly Palace City was included in Xian's legal territory, then the country's steel output now ranked first in the world. It was not entirely because of production capacity, but more of a cost advantage. First of all, the two shipyards under Future Heavy Industries had completed the relocation from Celestial City to the synchronous orbit of Mars, and they had prepared to build more starships for the Earth Defense Alliance. Secondly, Golovin acquired a loan of $50 billion from Future Bank to build their foothold on Mars. With the demand for hundreds of millions of tons of steel, steel plants in Heavenly Place City sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. In terms of industrial production capacity alone, Xi'an now ranked first in the world with only a few hundred square kilometers of land. In the cultural field, the activities of globalists continued, and apart from the gradual increase of approvals, there was nothing remarkable that happened. These voices would convince the world eventually in the future, but they were still too weak now. If the previous achievements were put aside, what Jiang Chen was the most impressed by, or delighted with, was the achievements of Future Group in the field of science and technology. With the help of Golovins, the joint effort of Special Projects Institute and Aerospace Science and Technology Institute in Apocalypse made major technological breakthroughs in the research of warp engines. The topic of warp engine had to mention the name of Jiang Lin, the director Jiang Chen appointed in the Apocalypse. Since many years ago, he carried out in-depth research on the warp engine technology under Jiang Chen's direction. Today, his effort in the breakthrough Future Group made in the warp engine accounted for at least one-third of the progress. With the completion of the first-generation warp engine, 3 Envoy-class starships equipped with new engines were launched one after another and sailed to the Kuiper Belt to replace SS Origin, which had not been home for many years. When SS Origin completed the refitting of the warp engine, the number of starships in the Earth fleet would increase to 4. The progress did not just stop there. After the completion of their research on the warp engine, Future Heavy Industries then began to design a 5 million ton class starship as the flagship of the Earth fleet. The 5 million ton class starship was temporarily designated as the Constitutional class. The production base for this type of starship had already been moved from Celestial City to Mars' synchronous orbit. Only the steel reserves on Mars were sufficient enough to support the grand plan of the Defense Alliance. On New Year's Eve in 2024, Jiang Chen was not in the modern world, but instead, he brought Sun Jiao, Xiaoro, and Aisha to the 6th Street in the Apocalypse. As far as the modern world was concerned, this year's New Year's Day was no different from previous years. But for the Apocalypse, tonight was an extraordinary night. Because it was New Year's Eve in 2199, and also the 10th year since Jiang Chen first came to this world. After tonight, it was the first year of the 23rd century, the year 2200. Sha, help me take a look. Lin happily ran out of the room in an emerald green dress, stood in front of Aisha, and turned around. What do you think? What do you think? Does this dress fit me? Very, very suitable for you. Aisha smiled stiffly. She was still not used to the name Lin gave her. But to be honest, this emerald green dress indeed matched her bright silver hair very well. Her light steps made her look like an elf in the forest. After Aisha carefully examined her, she still gave an objective evaluation. This is my favorite dress, Lin said happily. But, are you not going to be cold wearing this outside? Aisha asked while she tilted her head. Digitalized humans are not afraid of the cold. Okay. What an enviable ability. Aisha thought as she looked at Lin's flowy dress. After Lin received a positive evaluation from Aisha, she peeked at Jiang Chen, raised her small fist, and coughed heavily into it. This drew Jiang Chen's attention from Sun Jiao to her and she spoke softly. Hey, what do you think? Me? Jiang Chen, who chatted with Sun Jiao about the upcoming celebration, suddenly heard Lin's question and responded. Then, he paused for a second and smiled, I have no objection. Lin punched Jiang Chen with her small fist, unsatisfied. This is not okay, brother-in-law Sama. Xiaoro, in a light lavender coat, walked out of the room with a smile. She wore a piece of exquisite diamond jewelry on her head, which added a touch of grace and luxury to her expensive coat. When a girl asks you what you think about the outfit, they actually want to hear your compliments. Giving them a compliment is more useful than any opinion. Well, this outfit certainly fits you. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaorou's dress, and added, "It looks great." Xiaorou's cheeks flushed. The smile on her face remained unchanged as she muttered unclear words. "It seems that I underestimated my brother-in-law, hey. It's not fair." Lin Lin waved her small fist angrily, and Jiang Chen was hit twice on the back because of this. "It's getting late, it's time to leave. I really look forward to it. I wonder what the celebration of this world will look like." Xia Xiyu and Natasha walked out of the room together. Both of them dressed very warmly. Xia Xiyu's dress looked more formal, while Natasha preferred to be more casual. From the beginning, she came here with the mentality of a tourist to participate in the New Year's Eve celebration. Yao Yao, in a down jacket, walked out of the room last. The white fleece collar covered her white neck tightly as if her whole face was buried in warmness. Perhaps it was because she carefully chose her outfit for a long time but in the end, had to choose this thick down jacket, for her little hands repeatedly pinched the hem of the dress she wore and she looked slightly depressed. Very cute. Jiang Chen could swear that he did not lie nor did he say this sentence in a comforting tone. However, Yao Yao who heard this sentence looked a little surprised. She blushed and felt slightly at a loss. Really, really? Ah. Yao Yao is still the cutest. Jiang Chen, who was immersed in his thought, noticed that at least 7 pairs of eyes looked piercingly at him. He blushed, looked around, and finally stared fiercely at Lilith, who stood in the corner and said with a look in his eyes, "Why are you getting involved in this?" The celebration was held in the large theater in the center of Wanghai City, which was converted into a circular theater from the crater left by God's cane. The guests that participated in the celebration were the residents from Wanghai, as well as the guests from Shangjing City or even the guests who rushed back from distant overseas colonies. The celebration consisted of more than 30 programs, performed by more than 100 pre-war and post-war stars, and sponsored by 300 companies. From singing to stage plays, the programs covered all aspects, just like the Spring Festival Gala held every year before the war. Except, the Spring Festival Gala was no longer held here at NAC and the celebration was changed to a large-scale celebration on New Year's Eve every year. Before all the celebrations began, Jiang Chen stood at the highest point of the stage, looked around the crowd of people, and delivered a New Year speech. "To my compatriots, my comrades in arms, all the people living in this land." As the general's voice sounded, the people that sat around the circular theater gradually calmed down. All eyes were focused on him from all directions, either excited, respectful, or with yearning. With completely different emotions but the same respect, everyone waited for him, waited for this great leader to continue his speech. Today is the 27th year of the apocalypse. It's an honor to stand here and announce this to everyone. We are still alive. After a moment of pause, Jiang Chen continued in a clear voice, "At this moment, there is only one thing I want to say while standing here. We have used our own lives to prove how stupid the people who abandoned us are, how weak their despair and frustration are. Look back, take a good look, and look at the problems we solved. We thought they were invincible, but now when we look back, the problems behind us are nothing at all. On the last day of the century, I solemnly tell you that there is no apocalypse in this world. And we, as victors, are standing at the door of the 23rd century. Look at the holy shield in the sky, and then look around you, the future is beckoning to us." The mood reached a climax. Although it could not be heard, it was visible. Cheers. The night belongs to you, this celebration is a carnival for the victors. Cheers. Not for me, but for the moment the world government announced the end, you who have survived to this day, yourselves. The atmosphere at the theater was pushed to a boiling point. Long live your Majesty General. Long live the NAC. Greatness. Rejuvenation. People cheered, raised their fists, waved the flag in their hands, and threw the light sticks in their hands into the air. Although the show did not start yet, no show would make them as emotional as now. The soldiers who stood on the edge of the theater with their rifles on duty were also at their emotional peak. Because they were on duty, they did not cheer or even applaud. But from the emotions in their eyes, it was not difficult to see the excitement, warmth, and pride. NAC was able to expand from a small place in the beginning to where it is nowadays, with colonies far overseas, was mainly due to their contributions. Thanks. Jiang Chen nodded slightly in front of the frantic cheers, saluted the crowd, handed the microphone to the host who just managed to recollect his thought, and walked behind the stage. In the actors' lounge, two girls rested their arms against the window as they watched the general deliver a speech on stage. Most people that woke up before the war did not personally experience the rise of NAC, but they were not unfamiliar with the history. Because the people who have been around for a while always enjoyed telling the tales to the newcomers. Even if they did not go out of the way to seek out those stories, they often heard the tales. Almost all the civilized people who woke up from the hibernation chamber shared unique emotions with the NAC General Jiang Chen. And those emotions shared one common trait, curiosity. A splendid speech, the speech was over, and the host already took the microphone. It was certainly a challenging task for him to take back the atmosphere of the celebration. The general's aura was too imposing. One could disregard the content of his speech as he didn't need to speak at all. For the NAC, the general was a banner in itself, and if he just stood there, he would gather a group of supporters around him. Zhao Youyue's arms were still folded on the window while she gazed at the stage intently. The girl next to her glanced at her, took a second to think, then chuckled at her while she joked, "Look at how starstruck you are." She was Zhao Youyue's dancer and also her best friend. The two were friends before the war. At every Zhao Youyue concert, she was one of the dancers on stage. Because they entered the same hibernation fallout shelter, the two opened their eyes together in the 25th year of the apocalypse. "What's wrong with me?" What do you mean starstruck?" Zhao Youyue flushed after she realized that she could no longer deceive her friend. She stared back at her friend who looked at her with a teasing expression. You dare to say that you're not attracted by a man like that? What's there to be attracted by?" The girl rolled her eyes. Although she had to admit that a man like him was indeed attractive, but he was just too dazzling. Moreover, she came from before the war and could not accept the marriage view that prevailed after the war. "I made up my mind." The girl was startled by her friend whose vibe suddenly changed and asked in a daze. "Made up, what?" "I want to use my voice to convey my mind to him." Zhao Youyue looked to the middle of the stage, with her cheeks flushed, she squeezed her hand in front of her chest, and her eyes flashed with a dazzling light. This is indeed problematic. The girl looked at her inexplicably motivated friend and thought in a perplexed state. In any case, their program was indeed part of the celebration. Zhao Youyue's feelings were fully expressed through her voice, and she ultimately won the cheers of the audience with her spectacular performance. But she didn't care about this at all. When she walked off the stage, her resentful eyes continued to cling to a place in the crowd, but she was destined to be disappointed. It would be odd for someone who sat at such a far distance to read the resentfulness in her eyes. The singing was amazing. Xiaoro leaned against Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Yes, Xia Shiyu also nodded affirmatively, although the style of music is a bit novel, it sounded great. Even in the world over there, she would definitely be one of the best. Well, after all, it's not just technology, but culture will also accumulate over time. Lin Lin wiggled her head while she commented. Speaking of which, the thoughts of these singers should not be underestimated. Xiaoro grinned while she looked to Jiang Chen next to her. When I was my sister's assistant before, I cleared countless letters written by those girls. Although the letters were related to work, the words seemed to be more like self-recommendations. Huh? Is that true? Sun Jiao looked at her sister in surprise, as she blinked. Of course, I took care of it for brother-in-law. Xiaoro looked at Jiang Chen. Brother-in-law is not going to blame me, right? No, I thank you. Jiang Chen coughed hard and said quickly after he felt the piercing sights behind his back. Really? That's good. Xiaoro, who showed a mischievous smile for an instant, quickly ended the topic in a blink of an eye. I always feel like I can't relax my vigilance. After all, it is Jiang Chen. Xia Xiyu nodded seriously and somehow reached a consensus with Yao Yao next to her. View. I have no objection, as long as it is not a bad woman with a bad heart. Aisha didn't seem to care much about this issue as she tilted her head and said to Lin Lin, who sat next to her. Soon the second program started, and the attention of the girls finally shifted from Jiang Chen to the stage not far away. Jiang Chen sighed in relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, and glared fiercely at Xiaoro next to him. The latter seemed to have expected Jiang Chen's vicious look, so she deliberately looked away while she chatted excitedly with her sister about other issues. After he made up his mind to punish this girl after they went home, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about what happened just now. As for the letters that were thrown away, although he was very concerned about what was written in them, Jiang Chen could promise that he definitely had no intention of expanding the harem. Now, he was already too busy and had to perform every night. He had a night shift every night and could not even get a weekend off. Just curious. Yes, that's all. The bustling noise continued until 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. With the end of the last song, the New Year's Eve of the new century came to an end. People left one after another as they returned to 6th Street or nearby hotels to rest. Although the New Year's Eve party ended, the celebration did not end yet. 6th Street was still decorated in festive light, and all stores put on sales. Many people who came back from the city center did not go home to sleep. They went to the food street together, found a stall, and ordered some skewers and beers while they chatted. Since last year, food was no longer a luxury that can only be consumed occasionally. A large number of mutant fruit farms and nutrient supplies production plants closed down. The refreshing beer that was originally a luxury item only the rich could consume became something that friends could enjoy at a food stall, and it was no longer a fond memory before the war. Only when you felt alive could you be considered alive in the true sense. These lives were originally something they didn't even dare to think about, but now all of them were so real. As the general said, the new century has arrived. The celebration lasted for 3 days. At noon on the 4th day, there was a highlight of the celebration. The grand military parade began in the central square of the 6th Street. 50,000 army soldiers participated in the exercise. This included elite troops from the 4 major armies and foreign corps from overseas colonies. The Air Force flight formation demonstrated superb flying skills in the air. Both the Aurora 20s and F-79 Wings of Freedom completed the performance spectacularly. Jiang Chen stood on the observatory, with his hands behind his back, and watched the infantry phalanx march by in front of the square. All the senior officers of the NAC stood beside him. They were all in military uniforms, their backs were straight, and their temperament was as serious and imposing as the warriors marching down there. There was a deadly vibe in the square. The dictators from the south shivered at the sight of the military might of the NAC. Even if all of them united together, the toughness that NAC showed that it was absolutely impossible to be an opponent of this army. If it weren't for the fact that the man had no intention to conquer the south, their best ending would be to offer their territory and life up with both hands. Any resistance force would be as ridiculous as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After the military parade, Chief Zaria, the United African Tribes representative, declined an invitation to Jiang Chen's banquet. He rushed back to Mombasa by ship overnight and immediately headed to the palace to meet the war chief. When he arrived, the palace was also hosting a banquet. But this banquet was not to celebrate the new year, but to celebrate the harvest in the Victoria Lake Development Zone, and to celebrate the almost overfilled granary in Mombasa. During the banquet, the nobles in the Steel Teeth tribe ate so much they looked bloated. Compared with the time when the banquet was held last year, they were bulkier. From the amount of fat on their bodies, it was not difficult to see that they have lived quite well in the past 3 years. Why did you come back so quickly? Is the monkeys' food not good? Or they didn't treat you well? After War Chief Dwaman took a bite of roasted venison, he put his arm around the blonde and blue-eyed beauty, looked at Zarya who knelt on one knee at the gate, then smiled cheerfully and said, "Come on, Turman, squeeze your fat a bit, and give Chief Zarya a place to sit. The banquet has just begun, try this new bottle of wine. Damn, these Asians know how to enjoy themselves. I wonder what method they used, but this new wine has no astringency at all." "No, neither, War Chief, they treat me politely, but I had to come back early and report to you what I saw." Chief Zarya knelt on one knee in front of War Chief Dwaman and explained everything he saw at the NAC celebration and the military parade that day. Chief Zarya felt a trace of fear from the prosperity of NAC. NAC and Steel Teeth Tribe was in a honeymoon period because the things NAC gained from Steel Teeth Tribe was enough to support the prosperity of NAC. But what about in 10 years? What about after 20 years? From looting food and industrial raw materials from Africa, and then dumping industrial products in Africa, NAC's industry expanded at an incredible speed, and completely liberated labor from mutant fruit farms and nutrient supplies factories. One day, NAC's appetite would swell to the point where Steel Teeth Tribe or even the entire United African Tribes would not be able to satisfy it. Zarya was even a little regretful now. Perhaps the agreement he signed with NAC was the wrong choice from the beginning. Their soldiers add up to less than half of Mombasa's, let alone our Great Alliance. But all the soldiers are armed with kinetic skeletons to their teeth, and the way they marched seemed like they were carved out of a mold. Compared to the sleepy slackers in my tribe, they are not as strong as us, nor as fierce as we are, but I have no confidence at all if faced with that kind of army. As soon as Zarya explained, he lowered his head and stopped speaking. Of course, he did not dare to compare the elites of War Chief Dwaman to those soldiers but only compared the soldiers to those in his own tribe. With the cleverness of War Chief Dwaman, he would be able to comprehend the meaning behind his message. "I see. You should be tired after traveling for so long. Come here and sit down first." Zarya raised his head and looked at the war chief in disappointment. He then lowered his head again and said in a heavy tone, "Yes." The banquet continued, and the atmosphere did not become heavy because of Chief Zarya's words. On the contrary, War Chief Dwaman's eyes were mixed with a little more absent-mindedness when he touched the gold goblet. Compared to those nobles in the tribe who only ate, drank, and enjoyed themselves, as well as those warriors corrupted by the wine and meat, he certainly was more farsighted in terms of considerations. Over the years, with the expansion of NAC in the Lake Victoria Development Zone, the farms had expanded from the initial 1 million mu to 5 million mu. The annual grain payment also increased from 400,000 tons to more than 2 million tons, and the granary of the Steel Teeth Tribe was almost overfilled. Food prices were getting cheaper and cheaper, but the number of arms exchanged was decreasing day by day. Just like the leaders of African countries before the war, War Chief Dwaman gradually began to realize the unequal trade between non-industrial and industrial countries. The agreement that was signed at the time seemed to be very favorable to trade food for power armor. However, with the dumping of industrial products, the flood of arms started to escalate the internal conflicts within United African Tribes, and the South African Alliance seemed to be eager to move in. The price of arms increased instead. Originally, 5 containers of food could be exchanged for a power armor, now 50 containers of food were not enough to trade for one leg of a power armor. It seemed that the other party maintained a friendly attitude and worked with them politely. However, War Chief Dwaman had the illusion that his home was being robbed by bandits. No, it was no longer an illusion. The feeling was real. Not only that but recently, several large United African tribes near the Steel Teeth tribe became more and more restless, and they started to treat him less and less seriously. They even disregarded and violated his orders. War Chief Duamen knew who gave them the courage. Those Asians were not only doing business with him but also doing business with other tribes. Some time ago, the Mammoth tribe in the north also contracted the entire port to future development. Since they did not have cargo ships and could not trade with Wanhai, they could only invite those Asians over. It can't go on like this. After the banquet, the drunk War Chief Duamen found his Minister of Commerce Turman, who was the fat man who had moved for Chief Zaria. We can't let the NAC continue to export arms to the United African tribes. Burp, War Chief, you drank too much, I will help you go back. When Turman saw Duamen was about to fall, he hurriedly walked up and supported him. I'm not drunk. War Chief Duamen waved his hand and pushed Turman away. He gave the fat man a fierce look, and then after he saw the latter shrink his neck in fear, he cleared his throat. Next week, we will hold a meeting of chiefs. You have to give me a contract. The effect is that NAC arms cannot be sold to African ports at will. They can only be unloaded at the port of Mombasa. Otherwise, it will be regarded as smuggling. Will this cause backlash from other chiefs? Turman quickly stopped talking when he saw Duamen's gaze started to become unfriendly. He lowered his head and nervously said, yes, I will get on it. Humph. Duamen snorted and waved his hand, annoyed. Go now. Yes. When Turman returned home, the drunkenness on his face quickly disappeared. He grabbed some medicine and poured it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a sip of water and rushed into the bedroom. He grabbed the phone hidden under the pillow, dialed the number as his fingers trembled, and then held the phone to his ear. This call was given to him by a man, and it could only dial the only number. The phone rang 3 times. The phone connected. There was no nonsense. Turman had a flattering smile on his face and repeated the words that War Chief Duamen had ordered him just now. After the phone call ended, Turman fell asleep. However, even he did not expect that at dawn the next day, the fire of a civil war would burn all over the east coast of the United African tribes. Based on the agreement, Mammoth tribe attacked the stronghold of Water Lizard tribe. That batch of power armor, send the batch to them. Since it's business, credibility is obviously the most important thing. Roger. After the employee responsible for the contact in Africa received the order from Xiao, he respectfully replied, then walked out of the office in quick steps. He had to contact the manager in Africa, Feng Yuan, immediately, then send the batch of power armor to them before Mammoth tribe and Steel Teeth tribe's conflict escalate. Future development shared some grudges with the Water Lizard tribe from 3 years ago. At that time, it was the Water Lizard tribe who instigated Morsi tribe to attack and kidnap Future Development employees. However, because these people were sheltered by the Steel Teeth tribe at that time, Future Development did not take action towards the clown. Now that Mammoth tribe sent troops to the Water Lizard tribe, it was the equivalent of a slap in the face to the war chief of the United African tribes. Based on the laws of the jungle, the behavior of the Mammoth tribe was a challenge to the authority of the Steel Teeth tribe. The horn of war already sounded. The outcome of this war would directly determine the future war chief of the United African tribes. If Mammoth tribe was ultimately defeated, Steel Teeth tribe chief would chop off the head Mammoth tribe chief's head with an axe and then demote all the people in the tribe into slavery. The slaves would get sent into plantations or mines with shackles. If Steel Teeth tribe lost, then their ending would be the same. The tribes on the prairie only obeyed the strong. Good job. I didn't expect you'd even corrupt the Steel Teeth tribe's Minister of Commerce, Jiang Chen, who leaned back against the sofa, smiled as he watched the office door close. Xiao smiled with her lips closed, got up and walked around the desk. Then she sat on Jiang Chen's lap. What do you think? I'm making progress, right? Your progress is impressive, Jiang Chen grinned. What's next? What do you plan to do next? Let this fire continue to burn, and dump more arms on the weaker side. When the two sides are exhausted, find a suitable candidate. There is no need to find a suitable candidate. Jiang Chen smiled, shook his head, and interrupted Xiao's words, directly give the title of war chief to those eager hounds to bite. Xiao's eyes lit up, and she immediately understood. That's it. Speaking of which, brother-in-law. What's the matter? You always say that I am mischievous. Her index finger was pressed against her lower lip as if she were thinking about this problem seriously. She blinked as she looked at Jiang Chen with the same smile, but why do I feel like you're more mischievous than me, eh? Is this true? Jiang Chen temporarily disregarded the thought of whether he was mischievous or not. Because just when he was about to discuss this issue with Xiao in depth, an untimely phone call arrived on his watch. The call was from Kelvin from the modern world, and Lilith transferred it to Jiang Chen. Based on what he said, Europa's Svetovid project was in its final phase. After Jiang Chen heard the news, he had to put the resentful Xiao down from his lap, promised to discuss this matter with her in depth at night, and then immediately returned to the modern world. After all, it was a matter related to the future of Earth civilization. At the Europa colony, on the side that faced Jupiter, a storm of ice and snow whizzed in the air and covered the space vehicle and astronauts in a thick layer. Due to the frequent use of gunpowder to blast the ice sheet, water and steam columns erupted from under the ice cover along the cracks, condensed into ice crystals or fist-sized ice lumps in the air, and fell freely with gravity. Because of the low gravity and low air pressure, this blizzard looked daunting, but the damaging effect was minimal. It was only necessary to avoid staying in the same place for a long time to prevent being buried in a snowdrift and then frozen. 20 kilometers from the Europa colony, a huge steel engineering structure sat on the flat ice sheet. It looked like a giant steel beast that crawled onto the surface of the planet. The 6 supports were each 1 kilometer long and extended into 6 different directions. Each support was firmly fixed on the surface of the ice sheet. The movement of the tectonic plates on Europa was far more extreme than that on Earth. The region between the ice sheets was always affected by Jupiter's tidal force, and under the action of ocean currents, they collided from all directions. Therefore, the project site had to be located on a stable ice layer, which was the center of the large tectonic plate. Future heavy industries did not master the technology for observing the internal geological structure of the ice layer yet, but the Svetovid underneath the ice sheet solved this problem for them and selected this project site. Soon future heavy industries demonstrated its strong industrial capabilities. The project that originally would take 5 years to complete reached the final phase in 3 years. On the steel tower, the red signal light flickered. The space vehicles around it seemed to have received an order as they dispersed with astronauts. In the command room not far away, the head of the project, Tan Ming, stared at the structural drawing on the holographic screen and watched the green line sink slowly. 500 meters to go. Finally, the green line steadily touched the red line, and then stopped there. Everyone in the institute was happy and relieved when they saw the data fed back by the pressure sensor below. The scariest thing about drilling a well on Europa's ice sheet was the possibility of the water pressure erupting and breaking the weakened ice sheet, and causing a blowout. No matter what expensive drilling equipment was used, if the water rushed up, everything would turn into a pile of scrap iron. Now that the most difficult part was already solved, the next step was to carry out directional blasting of the last layer of ice, and then the Svetovid, which already fused together with the ice on the bottom, would be pushed up by the water flow from underneath, just like an elevator. Focus. Focus. Although Tan Ming reminded everyone while he stared into the screen, the corner of his mouth was still slightly curved up. He hardly slept peacefully these past few days. After all, it was a huge investment of hundreds of billions. If a blowout happened, all the investment would be lost. Team 1 is in place. The ice pressure parameters are normal. Team 2 is in place. Team 3, the different groups of personnel on the front line sent back reports and gave the green signal light. The drone in the air fed back the situation to the staff in the command room in real time. As Tan Ming watched the steel support slowly retract, he grabbed the intercom in his hand and ordered in a serious tone. Blasting countdown to begin. After the staff on the front line received the order from the command room, he opened the mechanical lock that blocked the blasting button with a key. Order received. Beginning countdown. 5, 4, 1, 0, blast. The target is rising. Continue the blasting to prevent the ice layer from freezing. Roger. The deafening sound of rupture came one after another from beneath the ice sheet as the low-temperature explosives embedded in the nearby ice layer blasted simultaneously. The blast generated a great amount of heat energy in the fragmented ice layer which prevented the upwelling seawater from backfilling and solidifying the cracks. The sensor temperature is at 11 degrees Celsius. Continue the blast. Tan Ming's eyes fixed on the holographic screen at the ice layer marked as red. It was the ice layer where the Svetovid was located. Driven by the water current, it was now rising rapidly at a speed slightly slower than that of the seawater. If the ice sheet froze, all efforts would be in vain. In order to keep the water temperature above the freezing point, in addition to explosives, they even prepared anticoagulants. Of course, that was their last resort. To inject anticoagulants would result in unpredictable effects on the fragile ecosystem under Europa's ice sheet. If possible, he hoped to solve this issue with those low-temperature explosives. Otherwise, the cost of saving these people would be too severe. As the red layer of ice continued to rise, the explosives on both sides of the well exploded one after another. Tan Ming watched the constantly changing temperature and water flow parameters on the screen as his palms became soaked in sweat. When the ice suddenly got stuck a few times, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. But fortunately, there was no unexpectedness that happened in the end. Under everyone's gaze, the red ice layer finally touched the green line with a depth of 2 kilometers. The target has reached the safety level. Loud cheers broke out in the command room. Tan Ming felt his legs give out as he collapsed on the chair and let out a sigh of relief towards the ceiling. As he watched the ice layer rise at a constant speed, a heartfelt smile finally appeared on his face. The hard work of the past 3 years had not been in vain. The astronauts who sat in the space vehicles put on their seatbelts and unfolded the metal memory shield on the top of the vehicle. The ice fragments that had been thrown into the air by the water pressure began to fall one after another. Some of these fragments were only tossed 10 meters out, while some were thrown into the low orbit. Although Europa's gravity was only 1/7 of Earth, the extremely thin atmosphere meant that these heavy objects that were thrown into the air almost maintained the same upward kinetic energy and smashed back down. The dense ice blocks smashed down violently into the bowl-shaped memory metal shield and left craters the size of fists. The unluckiest vehicle was almost buried underneath by an ice chunk, but fortunately, the quality of the memory metal shield passed the test, and the space vehicle underneath was safe. Finally, the blowout was coming to an end. The ice layer that embedded the Svetovid floated up and blocked the hole that still gushed out ice shards. A rectangular icicle rose from the center of the steel structure accompanied by bursts of loud rumblings that shook the ground. Then it formed into a huge rectangular tower with a height of more than 1,000 meters. The Svetovid was like a specimen in amber, firmly frozen in the center of the ice tower. The explosives below stopped blasting, and the upwelling sea quickly froze the cracks. After the rectangular icicle with a longitudinal area of thousands of square meters finally lost its upward kinetic energy, it slowly came to a halt. The hailstorm falling from the sky also gradually stopped and left only the snow and ice shards flying in the air. The bowl-shaped memory metal shield gathered towards the center and revealed the space vehicles hidden underneath. The astronauts stepped out one by one, took out the equipment from the trunk, and walked to the colleagues buried under the snowdrift, ready to help them. At this moment, the 2 astronauts who carried the toolbox stopped and looked in the direction of the icicle. The fine ice shards drifted down slowly from the surface of the icicle. From the distance, it looked like dense mist. Jupiter in the distance radiated a soft light, and when it passed through the icy fog, there was actually a faint reflection of a rainbow. That is a rainbow. This is incredible. One of the astronauts opened his eyes wide and stared at the scene in disbelief. He had been working on Europa for almost 2 years, but it was the first time he witnessed such a magnificent scene. It should be. Damn it, I left my camera in the dorm. What's the matter? The video on the action recorder can be extracted, and when you go back, you can take screenshots all you want. That's different. Just 2 hours after the Svetovid broke through the ice sheet, in the holographic meeting room of Future Building, Jiang Chen met Golovin I again. In the past 3 years, the Earth Defense Alliance had received considerable help from the Svetovid, and now the Alliance fulfilled its promise to free the Svetovid from under the ice sheet. I hope to discuss with you about our future home ground. As always, without any greetings, Golovin went straight to the point. The Earth Defense Alliance voted on Resolution 51. It is 100 kilometers away from Heavenly Palace City and you can build your home there. There are abundant underground water, graphite and aluminum deposits. Of course, if you're not satisfied with the environment of Mars, we can consider other options. Jiang Chen sent the location he described, together with the local topographic map and the distribution map of mineral reserves, to Golovin. No, we are very satisfied. After Golovin read the dozens of gigabytes of data in about 2 seconds, he nodded and continued, "Is there any result with your plan?" "Which one are you referring to?" "Earth Federation." When Jiang Chen heard the name, his expression was a little bit awkward. He coughed softly and said, "Thanks to your old friends in the void, the situation on Earth now is far more complicated than you think. I said at the beginning that it will take at least 5 years. Because of the remnants of the void, the history of this world started to diverge from World War II. Although from Jiang Chen's standpoint, the history of this world was supposed to be the real history, but if there was no interference from external factors, the current global situation was supposed to be divided into 3 powers: Pan-Asia, NATO, and the Soviet Union, instead of none of them existing. I must correct that, we are not friends with them. Golovin looked to Jiang Chen, then continued, "We just promised those poor people to save the last kindle of fire for Earth civilization in return for their help to us. Speaking of it, I have always been very surprised by your use of this statement. I mean, didn't you also come from Earth?" Jiang Chen asked, "If you must save the fire for Earth civilization, aren't you guys the one?" Contrary to Jiang Chen's expectation, he thought that Golovin would give him the answer without thinking, just like all the other questions he had answered. However, this time, he had given it a long thought, to the point that Jiang Chen began to wonder if there was a problem with quantum communication. "I can understand your confusion, but I can't give you an answer," Golovin said slowly. The pupils were so calm that there was no sign of emotion, it was impossible to see his true thoughts. Maybe in those poor people's eyes, we have become something else. That's really ironic, their body was already destroyed. At this point, Golovin shook his head, then just like before, left without saying goodbye. The Svetovid was freed from the ice tower a month later. The strength of its armor was stunning. If it was the Seagull or Envoy class that was frozen in this condition, even if the people inside could survive inside the hibernation chamber, the entire starship would likely be scrapped. It was precisely because of this that experts from different countries were so excited when the Svetovid was freed from the ice. If such armor could be equipped on the Envoy class, or on the Constitution class still in its design phase, it would undoubtedly increase the combat effectiveness of the Earth fleet. The Svetovid, freed from the ice, was also quite generous and readily agreed to the request of the Earth Defense Alliance. The related technology was packaged and sold to Future Heavy Industries at a price of $500 million world dollars, and a small portion of the loan owed to Future Bank was repaid. Yes, a loan. Under the Golovin mental system, the Golovin people did not need a troublesome construct like currency. They possessed their own set of methods to more efficiently measure value, and all individuals in the system widely agreed with this standard. However, the trade between Golovin and Earth civilization needed a standard for value measurement. Golovin I chose world dollar, and he asked for a seat in the World Union Reserve to exercise voting and supervision rights in addition to the right to propose. It was the practice of most countries that joined the World Union Reserve. After all, if the currency was issued indiscriminately, the interests of the entire economy would be damaged. However, what Golovin cared about was not the economic issues. They just had to ensure that the overissued currency of the World Union Reserve will not harm Golovin's interests. The total expenditure of the icebreaking project was $113.1 billion world dollars. Although it was jointly funded by many countries in the world, the Svetovid also assumed 40% of the debt. In 3 years, most of the debt was repaid by technology. Among them, the warp engine was auctioned at a high price of $50 billion world dollars, and it was finally won by the wealthy future heavy industries. If it were not for the consideration made by other countries that the technological gap may be too large to digest, the actual price could have more than doubled. Someone could ask, since the warp engine was sold for such a large sum of money, why the Svetovid still had debts to pay. It was worth mentioning that these debts were not related to the icebreaking project, but owed elsewhere. Based on the relevant resolution made by the Defense Alliance on the issue of the refugees from the Golovin civilization, 3 votes vetoed the proposal for Siberia, and the decision was to ultimately select a piece of land on Mars as a resting place for the refugees from the Golovin civilization. If no preparations were made, it was impossible to survive on bare Mars, even for the Golovins. Therefore, after Golovin discussed this issue with Jiang Chen, Golovin decided to use the method from Earth civilization to solve this issue, which was to take a loan from Future Bank to build a city for the life of the 1,000 crews on the Svetovid. To build a city on Mars, there were basically only 2 materials needed, one was steel and the other was graphene. Because there was no need to consider the oxidation of the material, it was no problem to weld a house with clad steel, but the appearance was on the ugly side. If the building did not feel aesthetic enough, a layer of graphene or nanoceramic interlayer could be applied on the outside, which would not only enhance the strength of the building but also increase its aesthetic. Now the largest real estate developer in Heavenly Palace City was Future Development, which was spun off from Future Heavy Industries 3 years ago, and followed by B-City Steel Group, which was controlled by the B-City Consortium. Graphene and nanoceramics were still dominated by Future Heavy Industries. Although Heavenly Palace City was open to foreign investment, these lucrative industries were still controlled by Future Group. With 200 million tons of steel and 30 million tons of graphene composite materials, the steel and graphite factories in Heavenly Palace City almost operated at max capacity. The project took 3 years, and more than $100 billion world dollars was invested to finally build a futuristic city on the barren desert. 2 months after the completion of the icebreaking project, the Svetovid, which was freed from the ice, repaired the damaged parts and restarted the warp engine. Under the watch of Europa's colonists, it moved towards the synchronous orbit of Mars. After the Svetovid passed through the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, 2 Seagull-class ships equipped with gravitational shields and heavy mass accelerators approached the ship, and after contact with the Svetovid, they assumed the escort mission. Although the mission was an escort mission, in fact, it was inevitable that there would be a sense of alertness and vigilance. After all, the Svetovid was not an unthreatening civilian ship, and the row of mass accelerators on the side of the hull looked daunting. But Golovin did not show any aggressive behavior, or that they did not take the 2 little ants next to them seriously. After the ship docked at the spaceport in the synchronous orbit of Mars, Golovin I passed the gangway specially designed for them and entered the spaceport. There, he met Hong Zewei, the mayor of Heavenly Palace City. "Did you see the place? That is your future home." Hong Zewei stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the spaceport, smiled, and pointed to the fiery red ground outside the window with a small silver-white spot on it. "We reserved the naming right for you on the map, and you can choose a nice name for this city." "Name? Then it's called Svetovid." Golovin I nodded slightly. "Thank you for everything you have done for us." As agreed, we will use our technology to build a shipyard on the synchronous orbit. For Golovin, there was no need for such a thing as a name. But as the ruler of Golovin, he certainly did understand the habit of humans who like to name things they hadn't seen before. No rush. We can discuss that after you settle down first. Hong Zawei smiled, with friendliness, then said, City of Svetovid. I will help you register it on the colony map. In addition, according to the colony law, all people who enter Mars must register their identity information. Your situation is a bit special, so we won't have to register, but we have to take the liberty to ask, how many people are there on your ship? 5,000 people. 5,000 people. We will prepare the supplies and necessities that 5,000 people need for a month, including water, liquid oxygen, gas, and nutrient supplies. The market in Heavenly Palace City is open to you at any time. If you need anything, please let me know, Hong Zawei smiled slightly and said in a friendly manner. We will buy these aid materials at market price. You have provided us with enough help, which makes us uneasy. As Golovin nodded to express his friendliness, he paused for a moment before he continued, pass my greetings to your leader. Golovin appreciates those who keep their promises. It seems that we will get along well before the end. Hong Zawei was slightly taken back, but he then quickly smiled and nodded. I will convey the message for you. The news that the Svetovid docked in a synchronous orbit of Mars quickly spread to every corner of the world, and created a widespread discussion on the internet. 3 years had passed since humans first came into contact with Golovin. In the past 3 years, whether it was the mysterious Golovin mental system or the Svetovid starship immersed under Europa's ice sheet, the tale of Golovin was no longer a secret. Of course, while people understood, it was a different matter to accept. Behind the fierce debate, public opinion was clearly polarized. Some people considered Golovin a threat, even more than the Harmony civilization on Gliese 581 20.5 light-years away. In the view of this group of people, everything that human civilization advocated was negated by the existence of the Golovin mental system. Such as human rights, freedom, and even personality itself. The professor of the Department of Social Sciences of the University of Berlin even asserted that the civilized characteristics displayed by Golovin as almost the same as the dystopia depicted in mainstream science fiction. Although Golovin hasn't shown aggressiveness yet, no one can guarantee that they won't in the future. Just as we thought those refugees were disadvantaged groups at first, they then rode on our heads. Cloning, authoritarianism. Everything that our civilization are against is taken for granted in their eyes. If our values cannot influence them, then they will eventually corrupt our civilization in turn. I hope that our alliance will not be short-sighted by the immediate interests, at least we should maintain a degree of vigilance. Another group of people thought that Earth should accept these refugees. Compared with the opinions of opposers, their views were more radical. Some people even proposed that refugee camps should be set up on Earth to accommodate these guests from far away instead of forcing them to the deserted Mars. We cannot shut them out just because they are clones. I admit that the cloning of humans is indeed intolerable by morals and laws, and must not be compromised, but what we are opposed to should be clone technology, not those unfortunate people that became clones. No life has the right to choose their own birth. If we reject them just because of their birth, what is the difference between us and those nasty racists? A representative of a European human rights organization replied in an interview with a reporter. Of course, in addition to the firm and clear-cut left and right factions, a considerable number of people held a relatively neutral stance and were indifferent to the news that Golovin had settled on Mars. Even if Golovin went to the sun, it did not matter, as long as they did not become their neighbor. After all, living with clones was quite a scary thought. On the third day after the Svetovid docked in the synchronous orbit of Mars, 1,000 Golovinians landed on Mars through the space elevator. In addition to the 1,000 crew members, all types of space vehicles and some tools and production equipment designed by Golovin were sent to the ground together from the synchronous orbit. Most of these tools and production equipment were manufactured over the past month through mineral processing technology and 3D printing technology on board the Svetovid. As for the source of resources for the production of these devices, according to Golovin I's own statement, when they passed through the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, they discovered a titanium-rich asteroid about 100 meters in diameter. First, they used mass accelerators to launch projectiles to break the asteroid, and then they sent mining spacecraft to collect the slag and replenished the exhausted resource inventory. Although the voice of Golovin I was quite relaxed when he said all this, when Jiang Chen heard everything, he was still shocked. He believed that the development efficiency of future mining on the outer space resources was quite strong, but now, it appeared that he comparatively was much weaker. If he disregarded everything else, it was already unimaginable that a mass projectile could directly explode an asteroid with a diameter of 100 meters. This kind of lethality was only achievable by the main gun of the Envoy-class starship. 100 starships. Golovin I looked at the documents in front of him and became lost in thought. After a long pause, he moved his gaze away from the conference table and looked at Jiang Chen who sat on the opposite side. Allow me to be honest. Do you have this much time? Harmony's space colonization ship was not far from the solar system. 100 starships seemed more like an impossible goal. After all, the Earth fleet only possessed 4 starships so far. Even if the starship was built at a constant rate of 1 a year, after half a century, the size of the Earth fleet would only be 50 Envoy classes. If you look at this issue from a growth perspective, I don't think it's difficult. After all, we didn't even have a space elevator until 6 years ago. Today, 6 years later, we have even built colonies on Europa and Himalaya. Directly across from Golovin I, Jiang Chen smiled slightly and continued, I hope I can give the responsibility of the engine to you. I admit that in terms of warp engine, your advancement is much farther than us. Build 100 warp engines in 40 years. After a moment of thought, Golovin I slowly said, if you can provide us with the resources we need, it won't be difficult. However, what I want to say is that even if you can run faster than those bugs, you will not necessarily win. Their understanding of the word war is much deeper than you and me. The Svetovid was not advanced in its weapons. After all, after they went through the wormhole, they were in a constant struggle for survival. Naturally, the technology tree was also focused on improving the performance of the starship itself. As for weapons, although powerful, the mass accelerators on both sides of the hull were actually the same as the ones that launched them off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, and they hardly changed the technology. Whether we're their opponent or not, we don't have a reason to just give up. What's more, I don't think 100 starships will lose to 1. In addition, regarding the resources you need, I have a proposal here. Golovin I motioned Jiang Chen to continue to speak with the look in his eyes. You can register a company to complete the Alliance's order as a company, and we will pay you. You can use these compensations to buy more resources, including food, fresh water, and liquid oxygen, all that you can't produce. You may think my proposal is a bit redundant, but after all, we don't have a Golovin mental system, and this is what I can think of as the most suitable way for us to cooperate with each other. The silence lasted about 2 or 3 seconds. From his facial expression, Golovin I was probably deep in thought. After a while, he looked at Jiang Chen again and nodded slightly. Interesting proposal, I will consider it. The calendar turned a new page, and a year had passed since the Svetovid docked at the port of Mars. Many things happened during this year. First of all, located in the city of Svetovid. After Golovin I and Jiang Chen's discussion, he established the Svetovid group with the main business focused on import and export, shipbuilding, as well as communication services. It was worth admitting that these clones were far ahead of future heavy industries and other companies on Earth in technologies related to interstellar navigation. The Lightning N1 warp engine manufactured by Svetovid Group took away the orders from future heavy industries and became the standard engine for the Earth Defense Alliance's million-ton class starship. Due to the large technological gap, Future Heavy Industries simply abandoned this market and shifted its focus on offensive weapons, carrier-based spacecrafts, drones, and other fields. In addition to shipbuilding, Svedovit Group also got involved in the communications services business and unexpectedly became the largest communications service provider on Mars. There was a story behind Svedovit Group's involvement in the communications business. About a month after the Svedovit docked in the synchronous orbit, Golovin and I went to see Jiang Chen again and asked him why he didn't connect Heavenly Palace City's network with Earth. After he learned that it was due to Future Group's limited quantum communication resources, Golovin and I didn't say anything at the time and ended the communication. 2 months later, a huge quantum communication base station was built, and 3 communication relay satellites ascended to the synchronous orbit of Mars. After another month, Golovin and I met with Jiang Chen again. This time he did not ask about the internet but told him that Svedovit Group hopes to establish a quantum communication base station in Celestial City and Port Marchena. As for the accessories needed to build these 2 communication base stations, they were naturally prepared. Just like that, the 2 separate networks on Mars and Earth were forcibly woven into one by the Svedovit Group. The quantum communication technology that Golovin mastered was so advanced that the delay in accessing the Earth's network on Mars was reduced to under 100 pings. Even Future Heavy Industries could not achieve such a feat. The communication resources on Heavenly Palace City were only sufficient to allow local colonies to speak to their relatives on Earth, send a message, or browse a web page. The citizens of Heavenly Palace City welcomed the connection to the internet. The Phantom Helmet, which could only play single-player, browser games, now regained its usefulness. Those colonists who missed their loved ones on Earth every day could finally meet their loved ones in the virtual world constructed by the Phantom. The gravity belt solved the mobility issue, and now the network problem was also solved. The citizens who lived in Heavenly Palace City once again lived the same life they did on Earth. Of course, Golovin and I himself was the most enthusiastic about the change. At first, Jiang Chen wondered why Golovin eagerly built a network between Earth and Mars, until Xia Xiu reported a piece of data to him. On the day when Mars connected to the Internet, more than 5,000 accounts with IP addresses from Mars were registered on the servers of Galaxy Edge. The figure of 5,000 helmets was a small number for Future Technology, which manufactured 50,000 to 100,000 helmets daily. Normally, sales of this scale would not attract the attention of Xia Xiu or Jiang Chen. However, the person who bought these 5,000 helmets was the Svedovit Group, which made it hard for Jiang Chen not to notice. He instructed Xia Xiu to pay more attention, and it didn't take long before he made new discoveries. In the city of Svedovit, the best-selling products were holographic devices and VR devices. Based on the data from Future Technology, the Golovin people was addicted to these devices. If they were not working, then they would be wearing the Phantom Helmet. It was the evaluation of the employees of the Mars Synchronous Orbit shipyard on their cloned colleagues. Even though the languages these clones mastered were enough to make the most knowledgeable linguists dumbfounded, they rarely communicated with outsiders and hardly spoke outside of work. In addition to eating and sleeping, they spend almost 95% of their free time in the virtual world. Jiang Chen thought that this might be due to the fact that they spent most of their time in the virtual world during their hibernation period. As for another question that puzzled him, he couldn't understand despite how hard he tried to find an answer. He always believed subjectively that the Golovin people under the Golovin mental system were like ants under the rule of the queen. They did not need entertainment, which had nothing to do with survival. However, it appeared to be just his prejudice. Is it because living in a virtual world has a completely different feel than reality? He didn't know. Jiang Chen even spoke with Golovin I about this matter. But Golovin I did not seem to want to give him the answer, and he was even unwilling to share his account name. Outside of the Golovin, there were also several important matters that happened at the Alliance. If 4 years ago, the idea of building a fortress in the Kuiper Belt was mostly an unrealistic fantasy, then with the advancement of technology in the field of interstellar navigation, this fantasy had started to become a practical reality. In the past 4 years, the stellar highway of celestial trade had already advanced from Jupiter's orbit to Pluto's orbit. With the help of the warp engine and neutrino tunnel technology, the time from the Earth-Moon system to the Kuiper belt had been reduced from 1 year to less than half a month. The steel and space station accessories manufactured by Heavenly Palace City were directly sent to the synchronous orbit via the space elevator and then towed by the Seagull-class transport ship to Pluto's orbit. This fortress would not revolve with Pluto. However, it would slowly orbit around the Sun with a revolution cycle of thousands of years. Although this meant that the fortress would be slowly pulled towards the Sun due to the gravitational force of the Sun was already quite weak due to the distance to the Kuiper belt. Therefore, this degree of displacement was completely negligible, on the distance of dozens of astronomical units and over several hundred years. As for things hundreds of years from now, it could be considered in hundreds of years. The Alliance only had to use this fortress in the next half a century to stand between the star and the invaders and to fight the enemy together with the Earth fleet. And that would be enough. Chapter 1579 I'm going to be a father. In addition to the two matters with Golovin and the Earth Defense Alliance, an extraordinary event also happened recently. This matter was so serious that Jiang Chen, the executive of the Alliance, was absent from the Earth Defense Alliance committee meeting on the Project Trench. His absence left Kelvin sitting there as well as the committee members staring at each other. As for what happened that made Jiang Chen so flustered. It could be summarized in one sentence. Sun Jiao is pregnant. Is pregnant. Pregnant. Important things must be said 3 times. I'm not that delicate, I'm just pregnant with a baby. Sun Jiao watched Jiang Chen carefully bring the food to her side and cool the food in the spoon before he put the spoon to her lips. She couldn't stop rolling her eyes as she snatched the bowl in his hand. And placed it on the bedside table next to her. While she viciously gritted her teeth, she said, "Enough, if this continues, I'm going to go crazy, I'd rather fight with death claws." "Sister, you can't do this, be careful with your baby," Xiaoro, who stood on the side, rarely did not tease her sister. Thus, she also joined to persuade her. "Nonsense. My body is in good health, very well." Blur. Before she finished, Sun Jiao held on to Jiang Chen and threw up all over the place. After she encountered a not-so-pleasant experience, she finally settled down. However, she was not the type to remain calm. It didn't take a week before she looked at Jiang Chen with teary eyes as she blinked in a wimpy state. "Or, I won't give birth to this child." Jiang Chen, who held the millet porridge, stared at her and almost dropped the bowl. Don't be angry," Sun Jiao rolled her eyes, then her eyes stopped on Xiaoro who held a towel. "What do you think of my sister? Isn't it the same for her to give birth instead of me?" "Sister, you can't say such things." Xiaoro raised her eyebrows, and in the rare scenario, took a serious stance. "I will be angry if you continue to act like this." Okay, I'll just lie down." After the wild kitten settled down in defeat, she finally didn't resist and bit onto the spoon Jiang Chen put close to her mouth. Then, she ate the bowl of porridge bit by bit while she stared straight. Neither Xiaoro nor Yao Yao had any experience in taking care of pregnant women, let alone children in the future. As for Lin Lin, it would be fortunate if she could take care of herself, let alone someone else. Although Aisha took the initiative to take care of Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen didn't want to leave this trouble to her, not to mention that her job was not easy. Ghost agents were the eyes of celestial trade, and it was needless to emphasize the importance of eyes. As for Xia Xiu, although she worked very hard to discuss recipes with Yao Yao and study what should be given to pregnant women to help the growth of the baby, as a person who never gave birth before, and another person who looked like a child, it would be odd if they could come up with anything useful. Finally, Jiang Chen thought of a suitable candidate. In order to take care of Sun Jiao, he invited Qian Xia over. This was not a temporary decision made on the fly. He still gave a lot of thought about bringing Qian Xia to Xian. He probably wouldn't have much chance to go to the mansion in Nippon anyway. He originally bought it to take advantage of the bottom in the Yodo real estate market as an investment. But now, this small investment did not matter to him. Conversely, people in Yodo used this as an entry point to flatter him in every possible way, and it made him feel that the deal was really a loss to him. Since he preferred this maid's work, it would be a shame to just leave her over there. It happened that Sun Jiao was pregnant and needed professional care, so Jiang Chen brought her from Nippon. Of course, he specifically asked for his girl's opinions on this matter. There was no consensus, but at least there was no opposition. After all, she was a nursing professional, and she was definitely more experienced than amateurs when it came to pregnancy care. And because of the special nature of Jiang Chen's family, it was impossible to hire someone they didn't know the background of. Although because of Qian Xia's sensitive identity as Jiang Chen's little lover, he had gotten countless eye rolls from the girls. However, in the end, even the most possessive Xia Shiyu agreed on this. "There's already 8 anyway, I don't care if there is one more." One night after they drank some wine, Jiang Chen asked about this before going to bed. Xia Shiyu, who was wrapped in a bath towel, sat on the sofa, tilted the wine glass in her hand while she dangled her slender legs and replied in a drunken tone. It was not that Jiang Chen couldn't understand her feelings. Just, where did number 8 come from? You already made her pregnant. From my perspective, our family is not the kind of unjust people. If you do that kind of thing, you will be despised by others. You are now a public figure. If you get into a scandal over this, the impact is quite bad. I think Sun Xiaoro looks pretty. Her butt looks like she can definitely give birth to a son. If you want my opinion, you might as well marry her. Perhaps Jiang Chen's mom watched too many soap operas, but after she heard about this, she scolded Jiang Chen over this countless times. "Mom, her name is Sun Jiao. Xiaoro is her younger sister." "What, her sister? Then you and her sister, you, Jiang Chen's mom's eyes widened. There was no need to think, he could already guess what his mother was going to say, so he quickly changed the topic. "Let's not talk about this, let's continue talking about what we discussed before. I will definitely get married this time. Don't worry, your own son is definitely aware of the situation. I'm not the kind of person that abandons the girl." "That's right. I have already decided." He did not dare to say nonsense like, "You are all my wings." After all, he felt guilty towards those people that love him. He already received all of their love, but all he could give back was equally divided love. Therefore, Jiang Chen already vowed in his mind that he would do his best to live up to everyone's sincerity. Although it was a little shameless to say it, no matter who asked, he would definitely say it out with certainty. If he had to marry, he would marry everyone together. He made this decision a long time ago. Come on, don't fool your mother. I certainly know the thoughts you young people have. You are no longer young. You are in your 30s, and you took care of your career. Now it is time to settle down. At least give me a grandson. When the time comes, I can give good news to your grandpa and grandma." "Mom, don't say such things," Jiang Chen coughed awkwardly. "I promise you and Dad can live until 100 years old." This sentence was not a joke. If she was willing, she could be holding her great-great-grandson. However, Jiang Chen's mother didn't realize that her son was not joking. 100 years old? You're just saying sweet things to make me happy. What's the point to live for so long? It's better to watch you be safe than anything else, Jiang Chen's mom said in a disheartened tone after she saw the cigarette butt between his fingers. "Also, didn't you quit a long time already? Why did you start smoking again?" As Jiang Chen listened to his mother's scolding, he silently flicked the snoot off of his cigarette. 1. You are all my wings. The reference is to a Japanese anime, Macross Frontier. It was said by the male protagonist to the 2 female protagonists, of which he was unwilling to give up either. It became synonymous with being a player. Chapter 1580, Grand Celebration. When did he start smoking again? Jiang Chen couldn't remember the exact time. He only vaguely remembered that it was after Sun Jiao's pregnancy. On the way home one day, he somehow went into a nearby store, bought a pack of cigarettes for around 10, and then put one in his mouth. The taste was really nostalgic. There was a hint of acridity in the taste. How long has it been? He couldn't remember. After he came out of his parents' place, he didn't drive home immediately. Instead, he went to the beach that was on the way. Jiang Chen parked the car on the side of the road and rested his arms against the railing of the observation deck. With a pair of sunglasses, he gazed at the sea in the distance and zoned out. As the sun set, the woman juggling on the stone brick path, as well as the swimmers who played in the water, seemed to be a painting on a canvas. From the laughter that traveled along the sea breeze, he felt a familiar feeling. He seemed to be in the same position at that time. It was just that, back then, he was a nobody. But now, even if he was taking a smoke here, there were at least a dozen people who protected him secretly. He shook his head with a smile, then tossed the unfinished cigarette into the trash can next to him. It was probably the last one. He took off his sunglasses and stuffed them into his pocket. He ignored the passers-by who looked surprised or took out their phone in excitement as he walked slowly in the direction of his Lure 2020 commemorative model. As time passed day by day, Sun Jiao's belly gradually began to bulge. She stared at her belly a little worriedly, because she never gave birth to a child, and she never even thought that she would be a mother one day. Sometimes she looked confused, and sometimes, she had a joyful grin. Every time she showed that happy smile, the girls would be envious. Especially Aisha. From time to time, she would look at Jiang Chen eagerly with a hopeful expression. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes, like water, had already said what she wanted to say. Xia Xiyu was also one of them. Although she said that she didn't want children because it was too troublesome and she couldn't take care of her work, every time she said that her eyes would be peeking at Jiang Chen's body unnaturally. During this period of time, Jiang Chen got skinner, as if all the extra meat had been transferred to Sun Jiao's belly. It wasn't because he was taking care of Sun Jiao. Since Qian Xia moved here, the presence of a professional made Jiang Chen feel a lot more relieved. But at night, for the first time, Jiang Chen felt that excessive happiness would also be problematic. Madame's body is very healthy, even I was surprised. Generally speaking, about 2 months into the pregnancy, there will be a period of weakness, and this period is also the most vulnerable time for pregnant women. But from Madame's body, I can't feel any weakness at all. After Qian Xia helped Sun Jiao to bed, she gently closed the door behind her and just happened to run into Jiang Chen in the hallway. The intelligent maid quickly understood why Jiang Chen was here, so she said softly. After he let out a long breath, Jiang Chen smiled, relieved. Thanks a lot. It's okay, it's my honor to serve. Qian Xia smiled and bowed politely. After she instructed a few things for Jiang Chen to pay attention to during the pregnancy, she turned around and returned to her room. Because of fear of affecting the baby, since Sun Jiao's belly started to grow, the times she went to the apocalypse also decreased significantly. In the past, most of the NAC's government affairs were handled by the First Lady of the General. After only a mere 1 month of absence, the government affairs on the desk were piled up like a small mountain. Even though he was reluctant to do so, at this time, Jiang Chen could only resolutely pick up the duties of the general again. As a result, many people were surprised to discover that the rarely seen general actually signed in at the general's mansion every day for the first time. Instead, it was Madame Sun, who used to appear every day, that disappeared from their sight. Their confusion did not last long. At one of the NAC high-level meetings, Jiang Chen picked an appropriate time. After Cheng Weiguo reported on the growth of the NAC's reserves, he unexpectedly announced the good news to everyone. To make a long story short, I'm going to be a father. The meeting room became quiet. From Wang Qin on the left, people's reactions were stunned at first, and then joy, and eventually ecstasy. Throughout this year, there were no more exciting news than this. After people heard the good news, many people even burst into tears of excitement. For an oligarchy like NAC, the descendants of the leader were more important than anything else, just like the emperor's prince. For the subordinates loyal to NAC, with their lives integrated with NAC, even if NAC conquered more land and built more colonies overseas, it was not as crucial as Jiang Chen giving them a healthy heir. This heir did not necessarily need to be better than his father, he could even be mediocre. As long as he was not too screwed up, it would be enough. The territory that NAC conquered could last at least 3 to 4 generations. They just needed someone that could protect this piece of land, and it would be sufficient. The news spread like wildfire, since Jiang Chen did not deliberately conceal it. The 6th Street cheered and celebrated for a whole week, and joy was written on the faces of almost everyone. Only those survivors who had just awakened from the low-temperature hibernation chamber had sad expressions on their faces. Because the dictator had a son, this piece of land was one step farther away from the once free and prosperous Pan-Asia cooperation. Of course, this small group of people only dared to think about it, they did not dare to speak out their minds. Because the last one who drank too much and loudly accused the general of tyranny had his teeth beaten out by the mercenaries next to him. Zhou Guoping, who was far away in North America, even ordered the guards of Outpost Town to set off fireworks all night. Lu Fan, once a member of the General Guards, rushed back to Wanghai from Shangjing. He personally offered congratulations to Jiang Chen and a precious gift, a coat weaved from the nape of the saber-toothed beast in the northern wasteland. Almost everyone cheered for the upcoming successor. The reason why more than half of the settlements destructed on the wasteland, no matter how strong they were, was due to the succession of the regime. The prestige of the general was naturally unchallenged, and no one was qualified to challenge. Whether it was his strategic foresight or individual bravery that was enough to battle against the Mother of Death claws, he was already a myth in the minds of survivors throughout East Asia. Even the survivors in distant North America and Western Europe heard about the legendary tales of this great leader. But all humans could not escape death. Even if the general was already mystified by the survivors, the tale of myth was destined to conclude one day. At least, in the eyes of most people. When did he start smoking again? Jiang Chen couldn't remember the exact time. He only vaguely remembered that it was after Sun Jiao's pregnancy. On the way home one day, he somehow went into a nearby store, bought a pack of cigarettes for around 10, and then put one in his mouth. The taste was really nostalgic. There was a hint of acridity in the taste. How long has it been? He couldn't remember. After he came out of his parents' place, he didn't drive home immediately. Instead, he went to the beach that was on the way. Jiang Chen parked the car on the side of the road and rested his arms against the railing of the observation deck. With a pair of sunglasses, he gazed at the sea in the distance and zoned out. As the sun set, the woman juggling on the stone brick path, as well as the swimmers who played in the water, seemed to be a painting on a canvas. From the laughter that traveled along the sea breeze, he felt a familiar feeling. He seemed to be in the same position at that time. It was just that, back then, he was a nobody. But now, even if he was taking a smoke here, there were at least a dozen people who protected him secretly. He shook his head with a smile, then tossed the unfinished cigarette into the trash can next to him. It was probably the last one. He took off his sunglasses and stuffed them into his pocket. He ignored the passers-by who looked surprised or took out their phone in excitement as he walked slowly in the direction of his Lure 2020 commemorative model. As time passed day by day, Sun Jiao's belly gradually began to bulge. She stared at her belly a little worriedly, because she never gave birth to a child, and she never even thought that she would be a mother one day. Sometimes she looked confused, and sometimes, she had a joyful grin. Every time she showed that happy smile, the girls would be envious. Especially Aisha. From time to time, she would look at Jiang Chen eagerly with a hopeful expression. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes, like water, had already said what she wanted to say. Xia Xiu was also one of them. Although she said that she didn't want children because it was too troublesome and she couldn't take care of her work, every time she said that her eyes would be peeking at Jiang Chen's body unnaturally. During this period of time, Jiang Chen got skinner, as if all the extra meat had been transferred to Sun Jiao's belly. It wasn't because he was taking care of Sun Jiao. Since Qian Xia moved here, the presence of a professional made Jiang Chen feel a lot more relieved. But at night, for the first time, Jiang Chen felt that excessive happiness would also be problematic. Madame's body is very healthy, even I was surprised. Generally speaking, about 2 months into the pregnancy, there will be a period of weakness, and this period is also the most vulnerable time for pregnant women. But from Madame's body, I can't feel any weakness at all. After Qian Xia helped Sun Jiao to bed, she gently closed the door behind her and just happened to run into Jiang Chen in the hallway. The intelligent maid quickly understood why Jiang Chen was here, so she said softly. After he let out a long breath, Jiang Chen smiled, relieved. Thanks a lot. It's okay, it's my honor to serve. Qian Xia smiled and bowed politely. After she instructed a few things for Jiang Chen to pay attention to during the pregnancy, she turned around and returned to her room. Because of fear of affecting the baby, since Sun Jiao's belly started to grow, the times she went to the apocalypse also decreased significantly. In the past, most of the NAC's government affairs were handled by the First Lady of the General. After only a mere 1 month of absence, the government affairs on the desk were piled up like a small mountain. Even though he was reluctant to do so, at this time, Jiang Chen could only resolutely pick up the duties of the general again. As a result, many people were surprised to discover that the rarely seen general actually signed in at the general's mansion every day for the first time. Instead, it was Madame's son, who used to appear every day, that disappeared from their sight. Their confusion did not last long. At one of the NAC high-level meetings, Jiang Chen picked an appropriate time. After Cheng Weiguo reported on the growth of the NAC's reserves, he unexpectedly announced the good news to everyone. To make a long story short, I'm going to be a father. The meeting room became quiet. From Wang Qin on the left, people's reactions were stunned at first, and then joy, and eventually ecstasy. Throughout this year, there were no more exciting news than this. After people heard the good news, many people even burst into tears of excitement. For an oligarchy like NAC, the descendants of the leader were more important than anything else, just like the emperor's prince. For the subordinates loyal to NAC, with their lives integrated with NAC, even if NAC conquered more land and built more colonies overseas, it was not as crucial as Jiang Chen giving them a healthy heir. This heir did not necessarily need to be better than his father, he could even be mediocre. As long as he was not too screwed up, it would be enough. The territory that NAC conquered could last at least 3 to 4 generations. They just needed someone that could protect this piece of land, and it would be sufficient. The news spread like wildfire, since Jiang Chen did not deliberately conceal it. The 6th Street cheered and celebrated for a whole week, and joy was written on the faces of almost everyone. Only those survivors who had just awakened from the low-temperature hibernation chamber had sad expressions on their faces. Because the dictator had a son, this piece of land was one step farther away from the once free and prosperous Pan-Asia cooperation. Of course, this small group of people only dared to think about it, they did not dare to speak out their minds. Because the last one who drank too much and loudly accused the general of tyranny had his teeth beaten out by the mercenaries next to him. Zhou Guoping, who was far away in North America, even ordered the guards of Outpost Town to set off fireworks all night. Lu Fan, once a member of the General Guards, rushed back to Wanghai from Shangjing. He personally offered congratulations to Jiang Chen and a precious gift, a coat weaved from the nape of the saber-toothed beast in the northern wasteland. Almost everyone cheered for the upcoming successor. The reason why more than half of the settlements destructed on the wasteland, no matter how strong they were, was due to the succession of the regime. The prestige of the general was naturally unchallenged, and no one was qualified to challenge. Whether it was his strategic foresight or individual bravery that was enough to battle against the mother of death claws, he was already a myth in the minds of survivors throughout East Asia. Even the survivors in distant North America and Western Europe heard about the legendary tales of this great leader. But all humans could not escape death. Even if the general was already mystified by the survivors, the tale of myth was destined to conclude one day. At least, in the eyes of most people. In the crater 100 kilometers away from Heavenly Palace City, the rover of the B-City Steel Group was on a transport mission to send liquid oxygen, freshwater, food, and other supplies to their mine. As usual, Hansen unloaded the cargo from the rover and then handed the tablet to Roger, who was in charge of receiving, to sign. At the same time, with the ease of his position, he brought some gadgets to relieve the mine engineers of loneliness. Except for the generous salary, life in the mining area on Mars was quite dull. They could barely receive the signal from Svetovid City at the last mine, but now, this location was quite far apart from both Svetovid City and Heavenly Palace City. After Hansen accepted the tablet from Roger's hand, he stuffed it into the pocket in front of his chest. However, when he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed that the back of the mine had 2 more steel structures compared to the last time he was there. What are those? Hansen narrowed his eyes and examined the 2 buildings carefully. Out of curiosity, he added. Golovan's buildings, who knows what they are doing? Roger shook his head. Isn't this your mining area? You don't know what they are here for. And you let them in? Hansen asked with a weird expression on his face. The reputation of the Golovan people in Heavenly Palace City was not the best, since no one wanted clones as their neighbors. Compared with their compatriots on Earth, Hansen and the immigrants who chose to settle here a long time ago were still quite repulsive to the clones of Svetovid City. On the one hand, these people never really communicated with them. On the other hand, a group of identical people standing together instinctively caused people to avert, or fear. Even if the Golovan people have never done anything harmful to them. This is the order of Heavenly Palace City. I also asked the CEO. If it weren't for Loki's nod of approval, I would never let those freaks into my mining area, Roger cursed in a low voice as he looked quite displeased. The Loki he mentioned was, of course, the youngest son of the Loki family. Hansen didn't say more after Roger explained. He just stretched his neck and looked at the clones that gathered around the 2 steel buildings. Perhaps it was because the clones noticed his gaze, but after they discussed amongst each other using eye contact, one of them left their small group and walked in Roger and Hansen's direction. Roger frowned slightly after he saw the Golovan walk towards him. Then folded his arms in front of his chest. What's the matter? If you're looking for fresh water, speak with the logistics department. I am only responsible for, no, the Golovan shook his head and said blankly, something has happened here and we will explain it to you later. I hope you can stop the mining machine first. When Roger heard what the Golovan said, he was first taken back, then he raised his eyebrows and started to laugh. Stop. Are you here to seek trouble? No, the Golovan shook his head and said calmly, we will compensate you for your loss. Oh, loss? Do you know the loss if our mining machine stops for one day? Roger waved his hand impatiently to dismiss the Golovan, don't bother me with unreasonable things. The Golovan didn't say anything. He used his index finger to write a string of zeros on the tablet and handed it to Roger. Is this figure enough? Whether it was Roger or Hansen who stood next to him, when they saw the number, they were both stunned. 1 billion XIN new dollars. It was enough to purchase their entire mining area including the equipment, let alone compensating for a day of loss. I can't make a decision here. I have to contact my boss, sweat dripped down from his forehead, and Roger said in a trembling tone. Even if he did not want to deal with the Golovan people, no one was against money. 1 billion XIN new dollars. As one of the partners of the B City Steel Group, this number made his heart dance. I hope you can tell him as soon as possible. We plan to buy this place. The Gullivan nodded, and then looked at the mining machine in the middle of the mining area that was working above the mine. So, can I trouble you to stop this machine first? How much do you know about Gaia civilization? Jiang Chen sat in the holographic conference room on the opposing side of Gullivan's holographic image. Then, he asked the secretary to make a cup of tea. Just when he thought that Gullivan I was here to discuss the order of 100 warp engines, the question Gullivan I asked made Jiang Chen so surprised that he didn't know how to answer. From the origin of Gaia to the decline and fall of the entire Gaia civilization, after Jiang Chen considered that the Soviet Union in that world must have unearthed the relics of Gaia civilization, he responded after he gave it some thought. Is there any problems? Because of the competition with Pan-Asia and NATO, the information we have about Gaia civilization is quite limited. From the limited information, we analyzed that their species should belong to the arthropod phylum, and the social type was similar to ants. At this point, Gullivan I stopped talking and looked at Jiang Chen's eyes as if he was asking him for confirmation. After Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, he said, "Your analysis is correct, at least 80% correct." Gullivan nodded slightly. It seems that your understanding of Gaia civilization is deeper than ours. Then, you should have heard of planetary forging technology, right? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile after he heard those words. I have not only heard of it. That small ball made of strong interaction materials marked the crystallization of the most advanced technology of Gaia civilization. In addition, it still rested in his storage dimension. The prosperity of Gaia civilization stems from their enthusiasm for the depths of the earth, and their destruction is also because of this. If you read that memory, then you should remember how the magnetic field that once protected Mars disappeared. Of course, I probably won't ever forget about that shocking scene in my life. Jiang Chen smiled, put down the cup in his hand, and said softly, "Speaking of which, you came to see me today to talk about the Gaia civilization." Indeed. Gullivan I nodded. Is there anything to talk about in regards to that dead civilization? No matter how brilliant they were, they are now a story on another timeline. Jiang Chen shrugged. Although their civilization has disappeared in the river of time, what they left behind can bring some help to the problems we are facing now. Are you talking about the technology of Gaia civilization? Jiang Chen smiled. He had already got those things. However, unexpected by Jiang Chen, Gullivan I shook his head. This is not what I want to say. Do you remember the sentence I asked you just now? The root cause of the demise of Gaia civilization is the mind that reaches the center of the planet. After a moment's pause, Gullivan I continued. We have found it. Project Trench was officially initiated. 2 Seagull-class transport ships set off from Celestial City, passed through the Star Gate hovering in the Earth-Moon system, and sailed towards Mars. The 2 starships carried officers from the Earth Defense Alliance, senior space technology engineers who graduated from the School of Aerospace Technology at Koro University, and more than a dozen scientific researchers. Although their identities were different, all of them were there for the same purpose. Their mission was to build a trench between the orbit of Pluto and the Kuiper Belt to defend against Harmony. On this issue that determined the life and death of everyone, representatives from different countries finally gave up the endless debate. About 3 days ago, Resolution 101 of the Earth Defense Alliance was finalized with the relevant details of Project Trench. This included the weapon configuration of this space fortress, the roles of each country in the project, and the obligations they should undertake. Based on the plan formulated by Resolution 101, the entire project would be divided into 3 steps and would span 20 years. The first step was to find a suitable asteroid in the Kuiper Belt, then tow it between the Kuiper Belt and the orbit of Pluto, and use it as the main structure of this space fortress. All functional facilities such as fortifications and living units, carrier spacecraft hangars, and so on would be built on this asteroid. Just like this, the two Seagull-class transport ships embarked on a new journey. However, in addition to those related to Project Trench, there were two special passengers on the two starships that headed to the synchronous orbit of Mars. Unlike the others, their final destination was not the Kuiper Belt, but Heavenly Palace City. Have you been to Mars before? No. As Jiang Chen saw Lilith was looking at him in confusion, he cast a strange look at her. Is there any problem with this? Obviously, it is your city, but you have never been to it. What's so strange about this? Jiang Chen laughed. The leader of any country will not necessarily have traveled to all the cities under their control. I see. Lilith nodded while she stared at the unchanging starry sky outside the window. She did not say anything more. The two stood in front of the window in the corridor at the moment. As for why they were here, it had to do with the conversation between Jiang Chen and Golovin I the other day. When Golovin I told Jiang Chen that they had found the geocentric mine of the Gaia civilization, he was stunned. He then looked at Golovin I, who said this seriously, and as if he heard some funny joke, he started to laugh. Are you kidding, a mine that existed for billions of years? Or a mine that is going straight to the center of the planet? You mean, in the past 3 billion years, there has never been a geological tectonic movement on Mars? Tectonic movement occurred more or less on any planet. Even if the tectonic movement of Mars was not active and no plate drift similar to that on Earth happened, but on the time scale of billions of years, even without active tectonic movement, the planet could still experience drastic changes. The mine that drilled down to the center of the core was just like a 3,400 kilometers long toothpick. It could be broken into two pieces with just a little force. There is no way to use the time scale to measure how advanced their technology is compared to ours. In our hometown, the geocentric mine of Gaia civilization is controlled by NATO. We only know that it is similar to a vertical mine with a transmission mechanism. No matter which direction the geological movement comes from, it can deform the mine, but it will never collapse. Transmission mechanism. Because it was too abstract, Jiang Chen tried to imagine it in his mind, but still couldn't get a clear picture of what kind of project it was that could fight the baptism of time. What then? What did you find inside? Jiang Chen had set aside the questions in his mind and asked the topic he was more concerned about. We can't get in. Can't get in. Jiang Chen took a moment to process the information. Yes. Golovin I nodded. The entrance of the mine is a giant gate embedded in the ground. We tried to excavate the soil on both sides of the giant gate, but the mine is far more robust than we had imagined. In order to avoid irreversible consequences, we did not use more drastic means to break the gate. Even you can't find a way to open the gate? Jiang Chen was in disbelief that the question burst out. On the contrary, we found the way to open the door. At this point, Golovin I paused for a moment, and continued while he looked at Jiang Chen. If our guess is correct, you are the only one who can open that door. When Jiang Chen heard these words, he was in a state of shock, and he asked subconsciously. Why is that? Because in this world, you are the only person recognized by the guide, Golovin I slowly said. The guide. Is this what CCCP calls that person, or Gaia? Or is this the official naming? When he heard Golovin I mention the word, the images of what happened that day appeared in his mind. The Gaia who walked into his memory, took him to experience the rise and fall of Gaia's civilization over hundreds of centuries, and finally narrated the destiny of Gaia's civilization in a voice without the slightest sorrow or regret. Based on what Golovin I described, the first flower of memory was not open to everyone. Because it was the last trace of their existence, they had to carefully choose the right person to hand their inheritances. Jiang Chen didn't know what the Gaia thought when it met with the newborn Earth civilization and handed him everything, including their memory. He didn't know why the guide chose him as the heir to these inheritances. If you are interested, you can come to Svetovid City. At the end of the conversation, Golovin I left him this message. So, Jiang Chen embarked on a journey to Heavenly Palace City. Because he didn't know what would happen on this trip, he brought Lilith for safety purposes. Even though he was reluctant to be so far away from the pregnant Sun Jiao, for celestial trade and the entire alliance, the significance of that geocentric mine was too critical. For example, the small ball made out of strong interaction material, though planetary forging technology, was made in the deepest part of the geocentric mine. It marked the highest achievement of Gaia civilization's material science. If celestial trade could apply strong interaction materials on the armor of starships, then the Earth fleet would be able to have a fighting chance against a civilization more advanced than Harmony, let alone Harmony. What are you thinking about? Lilith glanced over at Jiang Chen, who was in a daze as he stared out the window. After his thoughts flowed back from his blank state, he smiled and said, "I was thinking, I hope that thing will not disappoint me." All citizens of Heavenly Palace City welcome President Zhang's visit. Originally, Hong Zhuwei planned to pull a banner on the synchronous orbit space station, but in the end, he decided against it because it was too tacky, so at the recommendation of other officials in Heavenly Palace City, he changed it to launching electronic fireworks. Under the warm welcome of Heavenly Palace City, 2 Seagull-class starships entered the port one after another. After Jiang Chen stepped onto the space elevator at the synchronous orbit through the gangway, he was greeted by Hong Zhuwei and the ministers of all levels of the city. "Long time no see, how has it been? Are you used to living here?" After they shook hands, Jiang Chen smiled and patted Hong Zhuwei on the shoulder, and asked him in a relaxed tone. "I used to be unaccustomed to all kinds of things, but now I am starting to get too comfortable." Hong Zhuwei laughed heartily. "Oh. Now Heavenly Palace City is not what it used to be. You will see it in a few moments. Then I'll have to trouble you to take me on a tour." Jiang Chen laughed along. "Not at all, it's my honor to serve you," Hong Zhuwei said with a smile. The officers and soldiers of the Earth Defense Alliance would take a short rest in this space station to replenish fuel, water, liquid oxygen, and food, and then set off to the forefront of the solar system. After Jiang Chen bid farewell to the captain at the entrance of the space elevator, he brought Lilith to the module that lead to the surface. Hong Zhuwei stood next to Jiang Chen and enthusiastically introduced the current situation of Heavenly Palace City and everything on Mars to him. The scenery here was really beautiful. The space elevator descended slowly from the orbit and the panoramic view of half of the planet was visible under his eyes. No clouds blocked the view here, and from the desert directly below to the hills on the horizon, the endless yellow sand was like a flame-colored ocean. An almost straight railroad track extended from under the space elevator to Heavenly Palace City hundreds of kilometers away. The orange shield extended above the city like a semi-arc umbrella. The graviton barrier could block the most harmful rays and meteorites falling from the sky. Blocks of graphene-covered pipeline structures intertwined among the buildings in Heavenly Palace City. Based on what Hong Zhuwei said, those were the roads in the city, and also the blood vessel of the city. Electric cables and freshwater pipes, as well as air vents, all used these tubular roads as hubs. From water purification plants, nuclear fusion power stations, ecological farms, gas distribution stations, and other production facilities, everything used these tubular roads to transport to the living units. Not only that, but there was also a green belt planted outside of the city. The red mycelium shaped like a coral and genetically modified trees surrounded Heavenly Palace City, which converted the rich carbon dioxide resources into oxygen, and at the same time produced a non-addictive drink that could bring happiness to people. It was also one of the specialties of the city. Curved paths meandered in this circular green belt. Based on Hong Zhuwei, it was one of the most popular tourist attractions and the most popular park among locals. Through the electronic telescope in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, the panoramic view of the city unfolded in the space elevator. Efficient, environmentally friendly, thriving, and unlimited potential. Although Jiang Chen did not enter the city yet, that was the evaluation he gave to the city. Although the output value of Heavenly Palace City was far less than that of Lunar City, which was responsible for half of Earth's electricity consumption, in the long run, the future of this city would surely be linked to the future of the entire Earth civilization. There was a limit to the population capacity of Lunar City. The high cost of living on the moon, frequent meteorites, and barren climate and ecological environment meant that the place was only going to become a large mining area or tourist attraction, rather than a city with comprehensive infrastructures that could digest excessive population. When Jiang Chen moved his sight away from the city, he focused on the scenery in the distance. When his gaze landed on the horizon, on the fiery red platform protruded out from the ground, he couldn't help but ask. What is that? Mount Olympus, the largest volcano in the entire solar system. It is also currently the largest tourist attraction in Heavenly Palace City. Last year we set up an outpost there, and now it has become the most famous commercial street in the city. Recently, we are considering setting up that area as a special tourist zone, Hong Ziwei replied with a smile. Mount Olympus on Mars was the largest known volcano in the solar system so far. Its slope was gentle and looked like a huge shield. The bottom of the volcano had a diameter over 600 kilometers long, and the area exceeded the total area of the United Kingdom. The diameter of the top of the volcano was 80 kilometers long, which could fit more than 2 Wanghais inside. The height of the volcano was more than 27 kilometers, and the average height was 22 kilometers. Although he did not have a feel of the height on top of the space elevator, it was actually 3 times the height of Mount Everest on Earth. For comparison, the Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii would just be like an ant under the feet of an elephant. Really? I must go up and see it if I get the chance, Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this time, Lilith pulled on Jiang Chen's sleeve from behind. When he felt the motion from behind him, he turned his head and looked at Lilith with a smile. What's the matter? Do you want to go there and take a look? Lilith shook her head and pointed blankly out the window. When he looked in the direction Lilith's finger pointed at, he didn't see anything. Therefore, he looked at her with a strange expression. Miss Lilith is pointing in the direction of Spaceship City, but their settlement is very small, and most of the structures are built underground. It is difficult to see it directly from here, Hong Ziwei immediately explained to Jiang Chen. At the same time, he was shocked by the girl's eyesight. Is it a bionic electronic eye? There were rumors that a special unit in celestial trade was equipped with this device. While this device possessed all the functionalities of a normal pair of glasses, this bionic electronic eye was capable of super-distance vision, battlefield analysis, ballistic calculation, and so on. The rumors were that soldiers with bionic electronic eyes would be incorporated into special forces and registered. Their original eyes would be cryopreserved, and after their discharge, their bionic electronic eyes would be removed and replaced. Of course, these were all rumors. At his level, he had only heard a glimpse of it. The more Hong Ziwei thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why Jiang Chen didn't even bring a bodyguard, and only a harmless-looking girl accompanied him. Svetovid City. Jiang Chen aimed the electronic telescope in the direction Lilith pointed at, adjusted the magnification of the telescope, and squinted his left eye. What's there? They are transporting things to the space elevator. Is there a problem? No, Lilith shook her head and said blankly, it just feels odd. In the Kuiper Belt, 3 starships kept a distance of thousands of kilometers apart and slowly sailed on the edge of a dense asteroid cluster. Except for SS Origin, which was on routine maintenance and rested on Earth, SS Enterprise, SS Judgment, and SS Frontier were the 3 starships in active service of the Earth fleet. Among them, Enterprise was the flagship, located in the center of the Fleet Triangle Formation. The ship was equipped with 200 mass accelerators, 20 missile launchers, and more than 3,000 medium-range missiles with various types of warheads. As for Judgment and Frontier, although the hull was the same configuration as Enterprise, with all 3 ships being the 1 million-ton Envoy class, there were still big differences in weapon types and battlefield positioning for the 2 ships. For example, in the center of Judgment and Frontier, a large mass accelerator extended from the front of the ship to the rear of the hull, and it could be used to launch mass projectiles several tons in weight. It could also be used as a launch port for carrier starcrafts. Compared with Enterprise, Judgment and Frontier emphasized more on long-range firepower. The 20 missile launchers were replaced by 4 rows of torpedo launch bays. The 200 mass accelerators were also modified into 50 short-range laser defense weapons on the top of the ship's hull. With the flagship leading the formation, this idea seemed odd, but it was the decision made after careful consideration. The fighting distance of thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers at every turn meant that close-range firepower on this scale was extremely weakened. To a large extent, the flagship would never have a chance to fire at all before the 2 starships completed the suppression of long-range targets. 200 mass accelerators and 20 missile launchers were all prepared for medium-distance enemies. If the Harmony chose to attack in close range and managed to break through the blockade that consisted of starcrafts, torpedoes, and heavy mass projectiles, only then would the mid-range defense weapons come into play. There was only one near-defense starship, SS Enterprise, in service. The Constitution-class, 5 million ton, starship under design was the future flagship of the Earth fleet, as well as aircraft carrier and mobile fortress in the true sense. On Frontier, in the lounge. After a day of training, the crew gathered here to play billiards, have a cup of coffee, or lie on the massage chair and read a book to pass the time. The ship was equipped with a gravity-generating device, and most of the activities on Earth could also be carried out here. In the eyes of others, this profession was sacred, but only these people on the ship understood the hardship. In a claustrophobic environment with a thin sense of direction, the pressure on people's psychological level was immense. All the doctors on the ship obtained psychologist qualifications before they entered the job, precisely in order to deal with mental health issues. In the frontier of the solar system, welcoming the decisive battle half a century later, I suddenly felt that this profession is quite poetic. Rosal, who leaned against the massage chair, suddenly laughed out as he flipped through the photos in his hands. The crews of the Earth fleet were all elites from each country. In the past 2 years ago, the fortress in Europe had gradually collapsed, and countries have joined the Earth Defense Alliance one after another. For example, the curly-haired Rosal was from the Republican Navy of Italy. "I'm afraid you won't see that day." Jiang Wei, who sat next to him, chuckled. "That's not necessarily true. I'm only in my 30s now, and I will be 80 years old in half a century. Moreover, even if I really can't see that day, my lovely daughter will see that day for me," Rosal said while he drew a cross in front of his chest. It seemed like he was a devout believer. "Don't say things such as 'in our place,' you are just jinxing yourself." "Jinxing? Jinx? I don't quite understand what you are talking about." Rosal was taken aback and shook his head. "Are you really Italian? Why do you ask?" "This is the first time I have seen such an Italian without a sense of humor," Jiang Wei said while he facepalmed. Rosal was about to rebut when he heard someone say that he lacked a sense of humor, but at this moment, the red signal light suddenly turned on. In an instant, everyone in the lounge fell silent and stared at the signal light that flashed without warning. Of course, this kind of stupefaction lasted for less than a second. The 2 people who were still playing billiards immediately threw away the billiard cue in their hands and rushed to the door. Jiang Wei didn't fall behind either. He jumped up from the sofa and sprinted out of the lounge. Rosal tucked the photos of his wife and daughter back into his inner pocket while he ran behind Jiang Wei. The flashing lights in the hallway gave him an ominous feeling, but it was not like this had never happened before. Assault drill. But the drill just ended. "I don't know, don't ask me." There was a hint of tension in Jiang Wei's eyes, but behind that tension, there was even a hint of excitement that even he was surprised by. SS Enterprise, located thousands of kilometers away, was currently undergoing routine training. Luo Hong, the captain of Enterprise, stood rightly in front of the bridge. He stared intently at the holographic screen in the middle of the bridge. As the first batch of students who graduated from the Aerospace Military Academy of Koro University, he was one of the most eye-catching ones. Once served as the deputy captain on the first starship SS Seagull, after the establishment of the Earth Defense Alliance, he was incorporated into the Earth fleet from celestial trade. At that time, no one was optimistic about the Shell fleet that had no starship, and he was the only one who firmly believed that this fleet would do something in the future. It was precisely because of his persistence and his extraordinary talent in the field of fleet command that he was appointed as the captain of Enterprise 2 years ago, as well as the commander-in-chief of the Earth fleet. The exercise was halfway through completion. At this moment, the staff who sat directly in front of him suddenly spoke. An irregularly active asteroid is observed, at a speed of 600,000 kilometers per hour. It is approaching frontier. Set the alertness level to level 2. Start the space telescope, screen number 4, and zoom in, Luo Hong ordered. Roger. The center of screen number 2 was aimed at the asteroid. With 3 consecutive zooms, the high-speed asteroid hidden in the Kuiper belt appeared directly in front of everyone. Equipped with the latest space telescope, Enterprise's optical observation radius exceeded 200 million kilometers. The radio radar was used to lock the abnormally moving celestial body, and then the optical observation device made a direct observation which could even spot the interlaced textures and dents on the target. There were a huge number of asteroids orbiting in the Kuiper belt, and this kind of situation occurred every once in a while, so Luo Hong didn't take it too seriously. However, just when he was about to announce the deactivation of the alarm, he suddenly found an unnatural anomaly from the corner of the screen. In order to confirm whether he was mistaken, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind the magnified asteroid picture, a slender filament was pulsating, slowing. A bad premonition surged in his heart. At the moment when he confirmed that he was not mistaken, Luo Hong's pupils suddenly shrank, his hands slammed onto the table as his eyes continued to be fixed on the holographic screen. Focus on the right. Zoom in. Highest magnification. Roger. The picture was focused on the abnormal spot. The unnatural filament was enlarged. As soon as the picture appeared on the screen, cold sweat dripped down from Luo Hong's forehead. It was an unhidden tentacle. He could even spot the diamond pattern on it. In the center of Heavenly Palace City, on the Colony Square. This was the last stop on the itinerary after Jiang Chen, Hong Zhiwei, and the other leaders of Heavenly Palace City toured the entire city. Based on the arrangement, Jiang Chen would deliver a speech at the square to all the employees of celestial trade stationed on Mars and the citizens of Heavenly Palace City. For Jiang Chen, he was used to giving this type of speech, so when Hong Zhiwei asked him thoughtfully if he needed help to prepare a speech, Jiang Chen politely declined. He had already thought of his speech when he was on the space elevator. When the host handed the microphone to him, Jiang Chen looked at the packed crowd, as he recalled what he had seen on the space elevator and started to smile. He didn't use any impassioned or provocative tone but began like a small talk. After a 2-second pause, he spoke in a relaxed voice. Standing in the orbital module of the space elevator, I never thought that everything I saw today would surprise me so much. The future of Heavenly Palace City is the future of all mankind. I have no need to guide you. The problems that I can think of have all been solved. Therefore, standing here, all I want to say is one sentence. I am proud of you. The voice fell, and there was thunderous applause from the audience. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded to the enthusiastic citizens. The girl who held flowers in the audience stepped forward and handed a bouquet to him. Although he knew it was likely an arrangement made by Hong Zhiwei, he still felt touched and moved by the scene. After the speech, everyone in the square dispersed. Jiang Chen followed Hong Zhiwei to the hotel in the Colonial Center. This place was designed with the layout of a 5-star hotel on Earth and was typically used to host VIPs who visited the city. He rested one night in the Colonial Center. The next day, Jiang Chen, accompanied by Lilith, Hong Zhiwei, and others, went to the meteor crater 100 kilometers away from Heavenly Palace City. When his rover arrived at the destination, Golovan's vehicle had been waiting for a long time. After he got off the rover, he walked into the mining area. When he spotted B City Steel Group's sign on the mine, he turned his head and looked to Golovan I, then asked. "This place is?" "The switch." After Golovan I finished the sentence, he stepped forward and slowly raised his right hand. Light blue particles of light emerged from his palm and floated towards the oddly shaped building behind the mining area. Light blue rays started to emerge from the triangular-shaped figure in the center. Accompanied by muffled noises from the bottom of their feet, the cracks that extended from top to bottom slowly opened. Jiang Chen cast a look of surprise behind him, then he focused on the triangular pyramid building that opened and spoke out. "Is this the relics of Gaia civilization?" "No, this is the entrance we built. It leads underground." Golovan I shook his head. "The relics of Gaia civilization are located 2 kilometers below. If the data recorded in our database is correct, then the switch to the geocentric mine should be right under our feet." "Is it just a switch?" Jiang Chen frowned. "I thought you found the entrance." "Of course, the entrance has been found." Golovan I raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. "It's there." Behind the endless sand dunes, the raised Olympus volcano stood abruptly, like a shield raised towards the sky. As Jiang Chen followed Golovan I's line of sight, a look of realization emerged from Jiang Chen's eyes. If it were there, then it could certainly be the possible site of a geocentric mine. Vaguely, he seemed to have read the report about the volcano. The mere tectonic movement could not explain this volcano that stood abruptly among the sand dunes. It was just previously, he had always held a preconceived notion that everything in Gaia civilization was weathered in the baptism of time, so he didn't take that report to heart. And the people who were aware of the geocentric mine, besides him, were all senior executives of the Special Project Research Institute such as Dr. Amos. Even Kelvin was not briefed on the details of the geocentric mine, he was only briefed on the small ball made out of strong interaction material, and the planetary forging technology. "So we turn on the switch from here, and then go down directly above the volcano?" Jiang Chen looked at Golovan I and laughed. "Although it is an extinct volcano, I'm sure the moment when we go down there, we will be roasted into carbon dioxide in an instant. Let's disregard the volcano. No one can withstand the temperature of the core," Golovan I slowly said in a tone that didn't have many ups and downs. "Let's think from another perspective. How did Gaia, or those arthropods, manage to do it?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly and carefully thought about it for a moment. "Portal," said Lilith, who stood behind Jiang Chen. "I have retrieved an entry about the portal from the technical documents about Gaia civilization in the database." The Gaia civilization had this technology? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. But this technology is very unstable, the transmission distance is limited, and the energy consumed per unit distance increases exponentially with the increase of distance, Lilith said without any expression. Golovan I looked at Lilith unexpectedly. It was quite strange, but even Jiang Chen was surprised by the fact that he read the expression, surprised, from Golovan I, with severe facial paralysis. "You are a digitalized human." "I see, then it makes sense." A trace of clarity emerged in his calm eyes, and Golovan I nodded lightly. "It seems that you Asians have succeeded in the end." "Yes," Lilith said blankly. "So, what's your opinion?" Golovan I looked at Jiang Chen. "You can go directly to the center of the planet through the portal. If I'm not mistaken, the destination of the portal should be located at the workstation outside the core, where the temperature is not very high." "Send a robot down?" Golovan I shook his head. "The planetary forge covers an area of more than thousands of square meters, and it is absolutely impossible to pass through the portal. Only you can bring it to the surface from below." At the moment Jiang Chen heard these words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Golovan I seemed to sense the dangerous aura Jiang Chen exuded and understood. Therefore, he continued in an emotionless tone. Those people in exile in the void told me about your subdimension. I hope you don't misunderstand anything because of this. If you are worried, I can go with you. The only person who can activate it is you, and the only decision-making power is in your hands. Jiang Chen was about to say something when his watch suddenly flashed with a bright red light. He was slightly taken aback. However, he soon tapped on it and opened the holographic screen. The moment he saw the first line of words, his expression changed drastically. This is Enterprise. An unknown object is identified at coordinates. It is approaching your ship at a speed of 60,000 kilometers per hour. Firing is approved, I repeat, firing is approved. This is Frontier, roger that. The ship has entered level 1 preparedness, ammunition is being loaded. Inside the bridge of Frontier, the entire ship's officers and soldiers were ready. The images from Enterprise showed an abnormal spot behind the asteroid and they suspect it may be traces of Harmony civilization. Although this observational anomaly did appear before, they made the same decision every time. It was better to kill 100 innocents than to let one perpetrator go free. Frontier, which led the charge, immediately started the secondary engine and adjusted the bow of the ship to the asteroid's direction. Enterprise quickly moved closer to Frontier, while Judgment, which was relatively far away, began to slow down. The bow also aimed at the asteroid in the front and opened the torpedo compartment at the bottom. The mass projectile is loaded. Capacitor charging, the charge is complete. Fire. The gunner inside the bridge followed the command of the captain and pressed down on the touchpad without hesitation. The white light flickered for a second, and the 50-meter-long cylindrical mass projectile was accelerated to the limit by the magnetic coil and blasted toward the asteroid at an incredible speed. Under the effect of the conservation of momentum, the starship suddenly halted. Even the people who stood in the bridge felt the huge recoil from the bow of the ship. The 10-ton heavy-duty tungsten core projectile was almost the most destructive weapon on Frontier. Based on the trajectory calculation, if the projectile landed on the target, the asteroid would be torn into pieces. Frontier Captain, Yu Dongwen's eyes were locked on the twinkling blue dot that approached the asteroid marked in red. He had squeezed his hands so hard that his palms sweated. Suddenly, the vector parameter next to the red dot on the star chart suddenly changed and deviated from the original orbit. Yu Dongwen's pupils shrank slightly, and it seemed that the worm ship was equipped with some kind of battlefield scanning equipment, or organs. The original critical strike was avoided, and the cylindrical mass projectile whizzed by the asteroid that was in front of it and hit another asteroid in the Kuiper belt, which directly blasted it into fragments. Without any hesitation, Yu Dongwen made a decisive decision and ordered. Launch the starcrafts. Open the torpedo cabin. Roger. In the carrier hangar, pilots with helmets boarded the Stingray A-1s one after another. The starcrafts were moved by the mechanical arm into the tubular ejection runway one after another, and under the acceleration of the magnetic track, they launched one after another in the worm ship's direction. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Judgment, which had already prepared for firing, launched a nuclear torpedo. In space operations, the lethality of thermonuclear weapons was quite limited because of the lack of gas shock waves. However, the engineers of future military modified the nuclear torpedo. They added a metal liner with strong thermal conductivity inside the warhead. It was needless to say how powerful the high-velocity superplastic jet driven by thermonuclear weapon was. An orange-red tail light flowed behind the engine of the nuclear torpedo. The nuclear torpedo, with a built-in guidance function, locked onto the asteroid after 2 phases of accelerations and trajectory changes. It blocked all possible escape routes and directly hit the target. At the moment when this nuclear torpedo exploded, the high-velocity superplastic jet instantly penetrated the asteroid and released a terrifying amount of kinetic energy into the asteroid in a fan-shaped direction. The asteroid with a radius of over 100 meters started to show lava-colored cracks on the surface as if there was a thermal reaction that happened on the inside, and in the slow-motion camera, it exploded into countless pieces. And with the explosion of this cover, the worm ship that waved its tentacles and was hidden behind the asteroid finally revealed itself in front of everyone. Target is hit. Asteroid shattered. The body is exposed. Confirmed. The target is a worm ship from Harmony Civilization. It is suspected to be a Harmony Civilization colonization ship. Although the torpedo hit the target, there was no cheering in the Bridge of Judgment. Everyone knew that it was only the disguise of the worm ship shattered. Is this the legendary colonization ship, only so small? Luo Hong's gaze was firmly locked on the squid-shaped worm ship on the screen. Hundreds of meters wide and high, if the tentacles behind the ship were fully extended, it was likely 2 kilometers or even 3 kilometers long, which would be much larger than the Seagull-class starship, but compared to the Envoy class, it was still quite fragile. Intuition told him that if it were a Harmony colonization ship, it was likely much better than this. But after he scanned through the star map, the radio detection system told him this was the only one. The worm ship in front of them was the only invader. The firepower on the panel is ready. The capacitor is fully charged. Fire. The right side was aimed at the worm ship, and the scale-like plates on the side armor of Enterprise popped open, followed by continuous bursts of white light, just like the stars at midnight. The small mass projectiles accelerated to the limit and whizzed towards the airspace where the worm ship was located. It almost blocked off all escape routes. This volley lasted for a long time. Perhaps it knew that it could no longer escape. The worm ship simply gave up meaningless maneuvers, increased its speed, and propelled in the direction of Frontier. Mass projectiles hit its front one after another, and the flesh-red armor started to peel off unknown fleshy pieces. At this moment, the front of the worm ship suddenly turned red. When Luo Hong saw the image on the holographic screen and a warning sign suddenly appeared in his mind. Almost instinctively, he shouted at the combat personnel in the bridge. Stop the bombardment. Deploy shield. The bombardment stopped, and a light yellow film appeared from the side of Enterprise. Almost at the same time, a red light beam flickered suddenly and scraped by the side of Enterprise's graviton shield. Luo Hong began to sweat profusely when he saw the shield energy bar plummet. If it were not for his quick response, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other side, 200 starcrafts on Frontier all lifted off. Together with the other 200 unmanned crafts, 400 starcrafts formed a circular attack formation at a position of 700,000 kilometers in front of Frontier and turned into a series of blue light spots that actively attacked the worm ship. At the same time, the fleshy membrane on the side of the opposing worm ship suddenly bulged, and then burst open. Small worm ships were ejected from the flesh membrane, and under the action of an unknown driving force, they waved their slender tentacles and encountered the starcrafts of Frontier. The distance between the worm ship and Frontier was only 1 million kilometers. The two sides were already in a close-distance dog-fight. The bloody fight began in silence. The series of Stingray A1s formed into neat circular formations in space, like lancers that charged among the galaxies. They unleashed an assault on the splitters released by the worm ship. The faint blue electric light flickered and intertwined into a death dance in the pitch-black universe. The scorching laser tore off the flesh-red armor, the Klein particle beam and the cluster of acid fired back and forth in space. The Earth fleet's carrier-based starcrafts clashed into the splitters. They galloped, fought, and chased in the vast universe. Every second, there was an electric spark that symbolized death or a splitter that no longer moved because its flesh-red horny armor was torn by the laser. Everyone's eyes turned crimson, their fingers were locked on the trigger. The hot barrel was like a soldering iron in a blast furnace, the fangs and tentacles within arm's length, the bloody and deadly breath was so conspicuous in the cold empty space. A Stingray A1 collided with a splitter. When the splitter pierced the cockpit with its fangs, the pilot shouted "Long live his motherland" and smashed fist under the button under his seat. The flame of the explosion engulfed the starcraft and the injured splitter together in a scarlet light cluster. Go to hell. Jiang Wei roared at the top of his lungs while he firmly grasped onto the control between his knees. Every inch of his eyes was bloodshot. With the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the flickering overload in the lower right corner of the helmet, but at this moment, he did not have any attention left to focus on that. The crosshair was aimed at the split-off worm that chased his comrade. He lifted the safety on the side of the grip with his thumb and pressed down on it with all his force. Two flames appeared from below the starcraft, and the two short-range missiles blasted behind the split-off worm and blasted it to pieces. Jiang Wei was about to turn the starcraft, but at this moment, a line of red characters suddenly jumped out in the center of the holographic screen of the tactical helmet. Retreat. Inside the Enterprise bridge. The observer in front of the radar control panel stared intently at the holographic screen that reported loudly. Frontier Fleet has entered the target airspace. Import the coordinate parameters and bombard the target area. Luo Hong immediately ordered. Roger. They reloaded Enterprise on Luo Hong's order and adjusted the direction of the bow. The row of mass accelerators on the side locked the movement path of the group of starcrafts. At the moment when the last starcraft crossed the red line, a new round of bombardment began. 600,000 kilometers away, the splitters from the Worm ship and Earth Fleet starcrafts were in a chase of life and death. The Klein particle beam with the thickness of an arm appeared from behind from time to time, and any starcraft hit by it turned into scrap metal. What are the people in the command thinking? Jiang Wei firmly held the control and made tactical maneuvers to avoid the beam of light from the rear. Perhaps it was because he had downed 3 split-off worms, the bugs chasing after him seemed to take special care of him. Several beams of light barely scratched his wings, and the instruments in the cockpit still swung wildly under the interference of the Klein particles. Air combat was cruel. Once the fight became a one-sided chase, the side being chased was like being in a bloody massacre. Although the starcrafts were in a tough battle because of the number of splitters, there was still a chance of winning if they continued to fight. Jiang Wei did not understand why the flagship temporarily took over the command of Frontier and issued an order to retreat. He only knew that if this situation continued, only a few starcrafts could make it back to the hangar alive. Just as he cursed while avoiding the rays chasing behind, the situation suddenly changed. Without any warning, the 3 splitters about 6 kilometers behind him, as if they were being slapped from the side by a fly swatter, burst into red and green blood mists one after another. Jiang Wei was taken aback for a moment, then a glimpse of ecstasy appeared on his face as he looked in the direction of Enterprise. Although in his current position, he could not see anything with the naked eye. Almost as soon as the Frontier's starcraft fleets passed through that particular airspace, dense mass projectiles arrived like dense raindrops. Of the thousands of splitters that chased them, over half of them were destroyed instantly. The advantages and disadvantages of both sides were reversed instantly. The starcrafts that originally fled immediately turned their guns and launched a second round of assault towards the fleeing splitter. On the other side, Frontier and Judgment's main guns were still aimed at that worm ship while they unleashed its furious firepower. The mass projectiles and the nuclear torpedoes continued to hit the body of the worm ship at the same time. Large pieces of flesh-colored fragments were stripped from the body of the ship. However, that giant worm seemed to experience no pain. It completely ignored the mass projectiles and nuclear torpedoes that landed, and its speed climbed from 60 km per hour to 120 km per hour. 2 consecutive heavy mass projectiles were avoided. As the distance between the worm ship and Frontier narrowed to only the last 20,000 kilometers, the fleet of starcrafts that had returned finally rushed back to the battlefield in time. Along with this group of starcrafts, there were 600 mid-range missiles launched from Enterprise. There was no suspense at last. After the worm ship lost the protection of the split-off worms, against the constant harassment of the starcrafts, the tentacles behind the worm ship were severed by laser weapons one after another. After it had completely lost its maneuverability, Frontier, which had been reloaded, fired another heavy mass projectile against the front end of the worm ship. The flesh-red armor shattered into dust like powder the moment it was hit by the mass projectile. The huge kinetic energy enough to shred an asteroid instantly destroyed all the structures of the insect worm and blasted it into pieces of flesh-red fragments. Excited cheers erupted from the bridge. People threw their hats in the air, hugged each other, and vented their excitement. Especially on Frontier, when the captain saw that the worm ship was finally blasted 5,000 kilometers away, he collapsed down on his chair. If it hadn't been for the starcrafts that arrived in time, the ship would have likely collided with the worm ship by now. It was debatable if they could survive through the collision, but it was definitely not wise to start a close battle with the insects in the cabin of the starship. The cold sweat on his back was blown dry by the joy of victory. Inside Enterprise Bridge, Luo Hong let out a sigh of relief, and slowly loosened his sweat-soaked fist, and forced out a smile. The victory came too suddenly. The decisive battle half a century later was unexpected pushed forward. Originally, he thought that he would never hope to see that day in his life, but he did not expect that he would eventually become the hero who defeated the space colonization ship of Harmony civilization. In 10 years, perhaps it would be an expedition to Gliese 581. Just as the thought played out in his head, the smile on Luo Hong's face suddenly froze and the people that started to cheer gradually became quiet. As people watched the image that gradually emerged from behind the Kuiper belt, a trace of fear started to emerge in everyone's pupils. *T, God, what is that? A huge figure emerged behind the ring-shaped asteroid belt and hundreds of kilometers-long tentacles slowly floated around it. Behind the flesh-colored film that was so huge that it looked boundless, there were clusters of dazzling spherical light particles. The previous worm ship was not even as long as one of its antennae. The 3 1-million-ton starships were just like ants at the feet of an elephant. The joy of surviving the catastrophe disappeared. There was no sound in the bridge of Enterprise. Luo Hong stared at the giant shadow in the center of the holographic screen and fell into sluggishness. His Adam's apple slid up and down with difficulty, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, any language was just so pale and powerless one. Run! Luo Hong had only one thought in his mind at this moment. But instantly, this thought was erased from his mind. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Run! Where can they run to? Earth? Mars? Or Jupiter? Regardless of which direction, they are all dead ends. As for outside of the solar system, SS Enterprise was not equipped with a fully circular life-sustaining system. Since the completion of the Stellar Highway, the journey from Earth to the Kuiper Belt was much easier compared to before, and the life-sustaining system that previously took up a large amount of space was greatly reduced to make room for weapons. From this perspective, SS Origin was much better compared to the 3 new ships. Luo Hong's fists clenched then loosened. He took a deep breath, fixed the officer's hat on his head, and spoke to his trembling subordinates in the bridge. Resolution 107 of the Earth Defense Alliance. Resolution on the families of martyrs. Everyone looked at him. For the soldiers who died for the noble cause of the Alliance, their immediate family members will be included in the first sequence of Project Seed. When the irreversible failure comes, they will launch seed ships to the Centaurus to preserve the last kindle of fire for Earth civilization. This time, when Luo Hong looked at them, he met countless pupils full of light. Everyone, behind us is our home. We cannot retreat, Luo Hong lied. The final resolution of the Alliance was 106. Resolution 107 did not exist. But he had no choice. After they heard the captain's words, everyone returned to their posts tacitly. They were the elites from the armies of each country, and their glory and faith did not allow them to escape. Whether or not they believed the unheard of Resolution 107, the fact they stood here now was not correlated. This is SS Enterprise, approved for firing. This is SS Frontier, received. This is SS Judgment, received. I wish you all the best. The tentacles were nearly 1,000 kilometers long, the bodies were hundreds of kilometers wide, and the meat bubbles that were several kilometers out rumbled like ocean waves. Strings of white light particles flickered behind, it looked like the sunrise that gradually rose in the cold night. Countless worm ships floated beside the colonization ship as they densely connected one to another. Even one worm ship took all the effort of the Earth fleet. And now, there were hundreds of them here. As they had rehearsed countless times in training, the 3 starships turned their bows in unison and entered the formation for a direct enemy encounter. Even if everyone was aware that all the efforts would not change the outcome, they still could do something. At least, buy more precious time for the people behind them. There was no suspense in the outcome. The Earth fleet was defeated. And it was one-sided. The 3 starships attacked the impossible enemy with a mentality almost equivalent to suicide. The fleet commander Luo Hong fought to the last moment. When the worm ship swallowed SS Enterprise, he left the last bullet in the magazine to himself. When Jiang Chen heard the bad news that came from afar, his palms were ice cold. Why did the space colonization ship that should have arrived in the solar system half a century later arrived in the Kuiper Belt so many years in advance? Why did Luo Hong describe the colonization ship surrounded by countless fighters different from the one he saw through Tingting? The plan to explore the core of the planet was terminated. Jiang Chen ignored Golovin I's request to stay and returned to Heavenly Palace City immediately. The geocentric mine and the planetary furnace were all pointless in front of the fact that the Earth fleet was defeated. However, just as he, Hongzue, and others rushed back to the city, they found that the whole city had become a mess. On the street, waves of screams reverberated. Someone leaked the news, and the people who lost their minds rushed into the streets and blocked the roads in front of the station. The current position of Mars was at the far point to Earth. Apart from the 2 colonies of Europa and Himalaya, Heavenly Palace City was the front line between the Earth and Harmony's space colonization ship. People didn't know where to run, but their survival instinct told them that they could not stay here. Get out of the way. Let me pass. Fu*K, why is it so crowded? I'm going to be late for my flight. Why are you guys all here? Do you have a ticket? The man with a beer belly squeezed into the crowd with his eyes completely bloodshot. He desperately tried to push away the crowd in front of him. When a woman with a baby heard that this person had a ticket, she exhausted all her strength to squeeze in front of him and begged him to take the baby. Please, I beg you, please take my son. He is only 1 year old, and I don't want him to, get out of here. Who the *K wants to take your son? It's inexplicable. When the man saw a strange woman stop him, he was furious and pushed away the abrupt arm in front of him. However, because of this push, the woman lost control and dropped the baby on the ground. There was a deafening scream. The woman seemed to have gone crazy. She exhausted all her strength, rushed to the ground, and hugged her child. She only had time to protect him before countless feet stepped on her. Falling down in a crowd was almost equivalent to suicide. A trample had happened, and the steps in front of the station were covered in blood. However, people did not have the energy to find the humble lives lying under their feet. Soldiers in power armor blocked the entrance of the station. They stood neatly in 2 rows and formed a towering and immovable wall of people. Due to the circumstance, the armored vehicle not far away had pointed the muzzle of the heavy machine gun on the roof at the mob that started to lose their rationality. However, in the face of more serious threats, this level of threat had lost its effect. Let us pass. Why are you blocking the entrance of the station? I bought a ticket. Let me pass. I see, these *Kers must be letting the rich people leave first. I saw it yesterday. Jiang Chen is still in Heavenly Palace City. The thugs of celestial trade. If there were stones on the ground, they would definitely pick them up without hesitation and throw them at the people who have protected them. But it was a pity because the ground was so clean. There were more and more people in front of the station. People behind pushed those in front. Incited by horde mentality, people began to charge at the human wall formed by celestial trade marine soldiers. All the police and firefighting drones from the entire city gathered here, but they were still just a drop in the bucket against tens of thousands of people. For the people far away from the station, when they saw that they could not get in, their bottom line, morality, and awe of law started to waver and rot with despair. The things they previously had never dared to do started to become possible at this moment. Like poppies in full bloom, crime grew in every corner of Heavenly Palace City. A small group of people simply gave up escaping. They used the opportunity where the celestial trade soldiers were all pulled to the station, gathered in groups of 3 and 5, and started to look for targets they could act recklessly against. The situation started to get out of control. At this moment, a gunshot was fired right in front of the crowd. Shocked by the gunfire, the crowd around the station came to a halt. The blood that boiled because of fear started to cool off. It was only at this moment that people began to re-examine the power armors in front of them, and the deadly muzzles that exuded a chilling vibe. If it was an unknown person that stood in front of them, maybe they would have continued to push forward. "Where are you going?" Jiang Chen spoke, word by word, against the halted crowd. "Earth? Jupiter's moons? Or out of the solar system? Look at what you look like now. The tentacles of that bug haven't even reached out here, but you have already killed a few of our own people. Look at the blood under your feet, pick up your mobile phone, mirror, or any other reflective object, and take a look at your own hideous face. Take a good look at what kind of trash the people who sacrificed themselves in the orbit of Pluto protected. If you want to go back to Earth to see your family for the last time, line up by ID number, you'll be evacuated in batches. If there are any more rioters, they will be executed immediately. The army can withdraw, but it must be after all civilians have evacuated. As for me, I'm not going anywhere." After Jiang Chen left those words, as well as the silent crowd, he walked towards the armored vehicle parked next to the station. Lilith looked blankly at the crowd that stood under the stairs, then put away the silver blade hidden in her sleeve. Hong Zui commanded in the city hall. Inside the armored vehicle, there were only 2 people, Jiang Chen and Lilith. Lilith watched Jiang Chen stare at the sea of clueless people outside the window, then asked, "Were you serious just now? Which sentence are you referring to? You are not going anywhere. If you are worried about the self-destruction program, you can rest assured. I will transfer the authority to Sun Jiao depending on the situation. Even if the authority of that thing is transferred to Sun Jiao, if you really have an accident, I will probably be sacrificed by that woman anyway." Lilith complained silently in her mind. But the critical part of the problem was not here. For an artificial intelligence without the concept of being alive, what bothered her was not whether or not she could continue to exist. While this interpretation may be somewhat confusing, there was one thing that could not go wrong. Compared with these 8 billion boring samples, she hoped that Jiang Chen would survive. Well, it was just a conclusion drawn from the efficiency of the experiment. Even if the 8 billion samples survived, it would be nothing more than repeating the same boring life. There was no essential difference between them and those bugs. No matter which side survived this hunt of natural selection in the end, this would not change in any way. At least in the eyes of Lilith. "If there is no chance of winning, I suggest you give up on this side," Lilith said blankly. "Why? I remember you said that you like this world very much." Jiang Chen looked away from the window and glanced at Lilith unexpectedly. "Just a recommendation based on reasonable considerations, that is the most applicable to the current situation. You can also ignore it, but if you ask me, I will still give you this response. You don't need to do this for them. You rarely say such incomprehensible things." Jiang Chen smiled. "Also, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up." "Why?" Lilith asked. "Because," Jiang Chen closed his eyes and spoke slowly after a long time, "because I am going to be a father soon." Jiang Chen didn't want his children to be born in a devastated world as soon as they opened their eyes. They could only see everything his father had seen from nursery rhymes and picture books. They would exhaust their entire childhood to struggle to understand the civilization that their father narrated, and enviously imagine that world. Regardless of which world he chose to inherit in the end, Jiang Chen hoped that they could be born in a beautiful world. Lilith still looked at Jiang Chen, with a rare, puzzled look on her face. Jiang Chen laughed suddenly and shook his head. "Let's not talk about this, you can't have children anyway, it's impossible to understand this feeling." "You're indeed right, although it's a bit enviable." Jiang Chen did not hear the second half of Lilith's sentence. Because her voice was very low. So low that only she could hear it. The news of the defeat of the Earth fleet spread from the distant Kuiper belt. At this moment, the self-confidence that was originally inflated by the advancement of aerospace technology and the extravagant hope of the word civilization in harmony civilization were all torn to pieces by the cruel reality. They did not come with peaceful intentions. And now, the last resistance force of the Earth Defense Alliance had been torn apart by the bugs. Almost as soon as the bad news came, the whole world changed. People flocked to Xi'an frantically, flocked to the 2 space elevators, flocked to Celestial City. Air tickets, ferry tickets, space elevator tickets, were sold out as soon as the tickets were issued. The websites of many airlines were overwhelmed, and Celestial Trade Shipping Department was even forced to close the space elevator ticket windows. SS Origin, the only ship docked in Celestial City, seemed to have become the last hope of human civilization. On Coconut Island, Aisha reported the situation on Earth to Jiang Chen. "The heads of all countries require us to share all star ships and allocate escape quotas based on funding." Escape quota? This term is indeed novel. But Jiang Chen didn't do anything to stop it, and as if he didn't take this matter to heart, he said. "You can promise that to them." In the face of the threat of death, there was no use in rationality. If his answer was no, it was possible that before Harmony's space colonization ship arrived on Earth, the humans on Earth would have self-destructed. If Celestial Trade decided to escape alone, then all the countries would not hesitate to fight against Celestial Trade, which was the only company that possessed interstellar navigation technology. Those with the consciousness to sacrifice themselves were definitely not those with power. "Is this really good?" Aisha hesitated. "There is nothing not good, even if they stay here, they will get in the way. Do you expect SS Origin to resist the colonization ship? Stop dreaming." Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Aisha was silent, then spoke after a moment. "I see. If they want to evacuate anyway, they can evacuate their way and we can evacuate our way." After a pause, Jiang Chen continued, "Take Xia Shiyu and Sun Jiao to Coconut Island. No, go directly to the apocalypse and wait for my news there." Aisha was slightly taken aback and said hurriedly. "Wait, what do you mean, aren't you leaving?" "I'm still going to give it a try." Jiang Chen sighed and said, "If it doesn't work, I will come back." Aisha bit her lower lip and said in an almost pleading tone. "Promise me you will never do anything stupid." What silly thing to say. Jiang Chen smiled and was silent for about 2 seconds before he continued in a relaxed tone, "Wait for me over there. Wait for my good news." He quickly hung up after the call, leaned back against the chair, and let out a long breath of air. His expression was far less relaxed than his tone. The current situation facing Earth civilization was almost equal to a dead end. There seemed to be only one chance left. No, it was not even a chance. However, it was the only thing he could do for this world now. As Jiang Chen stared at the metal ball on the table and he recalled the so-called deal mentioned by Golov and I. Based on the number registered at the time of entry, people formed a long line in an orderly manner in front of the station. In the open ground not far from the station, more than 20 people knelt in front of the power armors. They trembled uncontrollably and did not have the slightest look of life on their pale faces. The bullets were loaded, and the black muzzles were aimed against their heads. The officer in the front ordered, and the gunshots were fired in unison. Their bodies dropped to the floor as pools of blood began to gather. Then the corpses were quickly lugged onto a truck, and then the truck drove off in an unknown direction. These people were all criminals who took advantage of the riots in front of the station and were executed by Celestial Trade Marine soldiers. Perhaps it was the blood of the 20 criminals that shocked the tumultuous crowd, or perhaps it was because Jiang Chen's words before he left made the people with a conscience feel ashamed. There was no riot again, and everyone was silent with their heads lowered, as they slowly moved forward with the line. Even if it was difficult to accept death peacefully. But at least most people returned to calmness. If the fire of civilization would be extinguished in the next second, then at least for the last few days, live with dignity. In the open ground in front of the colony center, apart from the soldiers who maintained order in front of the station, almost all the soldiers in Heavenly Palace City were summoned here by Jiang Chen. In front of the soldiers with low morale, Jiang Chen was silent, then after a moment, he began to speak. If you want to leave, I won't blame you. Our fleet has been defeated. It is not an enemy that can be defeated with guns and bullets. Before you become a soldier, you are first of all human beings. I will not ask you to fight an invincible enemy, nor will I unreasonably ask you to stay for this land just because of your status as a soldier, to shed the last drop of blood. Whether to fulfill your mission to the last minute is up to you to decide. If you want to see your family for the last time, I will respect your choice. After this, those who want to leave can go to Hongzhou to register. I only have one requirement, and that is that you must leave after everyone else. After the people have evacuated, you can take the last flight to Earth. The result was beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. Originally he thought that at least half of the people would choose to leave, but the soldiers who stood in front of the colony center expressed their determination with deafening shouts. It was one person at first, and in the end, the roar that could dispel all fear was the only sound that could be heard in the middle of Heavenly Palace City. Fight to the end. Death was inevitable if they stayed, but could they live even if they leave? Even if they surrendered, the ending was not pleasant. Instead of crying with their family back on Earth and experiencing the miserable situation of parting, it was better to stay here as a soldier and fight until the last moment. At least their family on Earth would be proud of their glory. Especially the last person that needed to stay decided to stay here. What reason could they use to escape? Jiang Chen was very pleased with those pupils unfearful of death. It was impossible to evacuate everyone. The time left for the citizens of Heavenly Palace City to evacuate was less than 2 weeks, but it took 3 to 4 days to go back and forth between Celestial City and Heavenly Palace City. Despite this, there was nothing to complain about. After all, just these 2 weeks were exchanged with the lives of the Earth fleet. Just as Heavenly Palace City was busy evacuating ordinary people, on the far Earth, SS Origins tickets had been allocated according to the contribution of each member country in the Defense Alliance. It was unbelievable that countries reached a consensus on an international issue so quickly. Probably because everyone was aware that any wasted second could decrease their chances of survival. The list was already decided. From the very beginning, these tickets were not associated with ordinary people. However, in the spirit of humanism, and at the same time, to avoid any major crisis in the last month, the member states passed the nominal resolution 107A euro, that was, 20 tickets were made available, and 20 lucky people were selected to board the ship by lottery. After the decision was made public, before the lottery even started, the price of these 20 tickets already rose to $20 billion world dollars per ticket. But would anyone really sell it? By the time the colonization ship arrived on Earth, money would be no different than paper. Batches of supplies were transported from the space elevator to Celestial City and loaded on SS Origin from the port. The target was the Alpha Centauri, 4.22 light-years away from the solar system. Based on the latest space observation technology of celestial trade, it was confirmed that there were terrestrial planets suitable for human survival there. In addition to more than 2,000 crew members, the Origin was loaded with a large number of colonial equipment to ensure that these colonists could adapt to the new environment as quickly as possible after they reached the target. On the other side, Heavenly Palace City. The soldiers stationed on Mars began to deploy lines of defense in Heavenly Palace City. Every pipeline was equipped with gates made of titanium alloy so that when an area was lost, they could quickly move to another area and drop the gates to stop the advancement of the Harmony Army. Of course, all this was just speculation. Even Jiang Chen himself didn't know whether the tactics on Earth would work on aliens. He didn't even know if those bugs would send ground troops to Mars, or would fire a Klein particle cannon on Mars to paralyze all electronic equipment in Heavenly Palace City. The time forwarded to the last 3 days. At the mining area of the B City Steel Group, which was the entrance to the geocentric mine, Golov and I, who stood there like a sculpture, slowly looked up at the dust floating not far away. A rover gradually appeared from the horizon. The rover stopped in front of Golov and I. Jiang Chen rushed out of the rover, and Lilith was behind him. "I was thinking just now if you don't come, I would have to go." Golov and I looked to Jiang Chen, who walked towards him, and said in an emotionless voice, "Your meaningless cleverness is just killing my patience." "Don't say that," Jiang Chen shrugged, smiled lightly, and continued, "At least I'm here, right?" But a lot of time was wasted. Golov and I said, in a monotone voice, then he turned to the entrance of the ruins, "If we really intend to go, even if there is only 1 day left, we can still leave." "Really? It seems that I am still early." Jiang Chen laughed. Golov and I ignored him and walked in the direction of the entrance. Jiang Chen looked at the figures back slowly moving away and the relaxed expression on his face gradually faded. He took a deep breath and followed behind him.